For the
Good afternoon and welcome to City Council Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee for July 11th. And we will start off with a roll call. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Councillor Croson?
present.
Councillor Dodick? Councillor Middleton Hope?
Present.
Councillor Palladino?
Present.
Councillor Parker? Vice Chair Schmidt-Rempel?
Here.
Acting Mayor Campbell?
Present.
Deputy Mayor Carlson? Okay, and Mayor Hagan.
Present.
Thank you.
The City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we're gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people past, present, and future while recognizing respect to their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationships to the land. City of Lethbridge offers respect to the Métis and all who have lived on this land and make Lethbridge their home. I have a resolution for the adoption of agenda from Vice Chair Schmidt-Rempel. Be it resolved that the July 11th, 2024 agenda of the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee meeting be adopted as presented. Are there any changes, Madam City Clerk?
No, I do not have any changes to this agenda today. Thank you.
All right. Councilor Schmidt-Rempel.
Seeing as there's no changes, I will call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that passes. Thank you. Have a resolution from Deputy Mayor Carlson, which if I could have Vice Chair, could you sponsor this one here for the consent agenda? Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee approve the minutes of the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee meeting held on June 13th, 2024, and authorize the Mayor and City Clerk to sign the same. And number two, receive as information the status of initiatives for July 11th, 2024. Recommend that City Council amend the 2024 Council and Standing Policy Committee calendar as follows. So add a new Economic Standing Policy Committee meeting on November 13th, 2023 from 9:30 till 4:30. And B, change the start time to 9:30 for the existing Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee meetings on October 10th, 2024 and November 14th, 2024. And I do have a question for that, Madam City Clerk. I know the answer, but I think it's important that community knows. Those are starting early because of budget. Is that correct? I'm sure to City Manager or his designate.
That's correct.
All right, thank you. So with that, Vice Chair Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. If there's no debate from my colleagues, I will call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? Right. That passes. All right, we'll start with a presentation from Mr. Pitcher, the Housing Solutions Coordinator, CSD and Urban Matters. I believe we do have folks online from Urban Matters and regarding the Municipal Housing Strategy MHS update. So online, we do have Jennifer Comrie, Leighton Ginther, and Jake Papineau. Is that correct? I'm sorry if I butchered any names. Thank you. The floor is yours, Mr. Pitcher.
Welcome today, General Manager of CSD, and we're thankful for the opportunity that we have to present the amendments to the municipal housing strategy that have been occurring over the course of the past year. I'll note that on the agenda item, there's also this presentation attached, as well as a more detailed version of the presentation. We've also attached the copy of the needs assessment that informed the updates to the strategy, as well as a copy of the strategy itself. There we go. Okay, so to begin, the updates to the municipal housing strategy were informed by the completion of a comprehensive needs assessment, and that's some of the work that was completed by our consultants from Urban Matters that are online today. The needs assessment was completed to support the redevelopment of both the CWSS and the municipal housing strategy, so the community wellbeing and safety strategy and the municipal housing strategy. And that was due to the correlated nature of the strategies and their intended outcomes. So for example, stable and affordable housing as a key social determinant of health was included because it promotes individual well-being. The needs assessment itself combines both quantitative and qualitative approaches to comprehensively understanding the needs of our community. On this slide, you'll see a bit of an overview of the engagement that was completed in order to get that qualitative information for the updates to the strategy. So it was completed to inform the needs assessment and the strategies themselves, and in a similar manner to the community wellbeing and safety strategy, which has already been presented to council. We felt that prior engagements with community members established a really strong understanding of what the community perspective was on housing, and so our efforts were really focused on getting the voice heard of individuals with lived experience, as well as key stakeholders that operate their services in that space. Sorry, skipped through a few slides on accident there. The needs assessment itself identified a total of 17 key findings. Of those 17 findings, there was 7 that fell under the category of community profile. There was 6 that fell under the category of well-being and safety, and then 4 overarching key findings that were categorized under the housing section. And so those 4 key findings from housing are listed on the slide here. And feel free to read through those, but those are really what informed the development of the strategy and kind of the starting high-level point to begin looking at intended strategy outcomes, objectives, and actions. So the municipal housing strategy contemplates the entire housing continuum. So this image provides a bit of an overview of the housing continuum, which starts with homelessness on the left-hand side, moves all the way to rental housing and market home ownership on the right-hand side. Like I said, they are all contemplated under the municipal housing strategy, and all of these noted housing typologies or non-housing typologies are all defined in the strategy in order to move towards common understanding and definitions amongst our community. This slide here gives a high-level summary of the housing need in Lethbridge, and it gives a bit of a breakdown between market and non-market housing needs. And so this actually provides a snapshot of that projected housing need across that entire housing continuum that was just noted, and it shows at a high level the overall gap that's anticipated to be needing to be filled by 2029. We do not have at this time specific targets, housing targets, that we are looking to achieve that are drilled down to market, non-market, any of those types, individual housing typologies. But that is something that we plan to do as part of the implementation plan. This slide provides a really high-level overview of those outcomes as noted earlier. So those key findings, they informed the intended outcomes of the strategy. On this slide, you can see the 5 intended outcomes of the strategy, which are then further drilled down upon to individual objectives, and each of the objectives has subsequent actions. So in total, there were 5 outcomes, 9 objectives, and 37 identified actions. An example of one of those actions is on this slide and on the next, a different example, but this one was intentionally included because it speaks to the collaboration between housing providers in the city. And so this is actually listed as an immediate action. The rest of them are short, medium, or long-term actions. This immediate action was intentionally included as it speaks to the recommended direction in the resolution, which is to collaboratively develop an implementation plan and a budget, and then return to Economic and Finance SBC in the fall for a request of the budgeting resources that are identified through the development of that plan. Another example of a different action in there that's more geared towards the establishment of a supply of non-market housing options. So this speaks to using city-owned land to support non-market housing development, and just an example of an action there that is a direct impact on the non-market housing. There was a previous iteration of the municipal housing strategy that was approved back in 2019, and that strategy had a lot of really good content and good actions. What we have identified is during the development and implementation of that strategy, there were a couple of spaces for improvement, and so we've tried to address those. Those spaces for improvement really revolve around there not being a general consensus of the findings of the housing needs assessment that was originally completed, and the data, the reliability of the data that was in that. And then on top of that, there was no dedicated resourcing that was allocated as a part of that strategy for implementation. So in an effort to improve that, we've ensured that those key community stakeholders have been involved in the data gathering process, and also not just the gathering, but also the presentation and use of that data. So there's common understanding there with those key stakeholders along the way. We do have my position, which is dedicated to housing work, and so we do have some resources in place, and we have a plan to bring back a request for future resourcing for through that implementation plan. And then our intent is that this would ultimately lead to city council decisions related to systemic changes that would impact the housing system in the community. So at this time, our next steps plans are we want to adopt the municipal housing strategy today. That's our recommendation, and direct administration to return with that implementation plan, as well as any implementation funding as a request. And we would also at that time be looking at bringing back the prioritized list of actions and the actual strategic targets that we aim to achieve during the implementation of the strategy. We would do that between July and October, development of the strategy, which includes collaboration with key stakeholders, and return back in November of this year. The recommendation is on the screen for you to review, but it's also in the report, and at this time I would be open to any questions that you may have.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Pitcher, for your presentation. I do have questions, starting off with, oh, actually, yeah, is there anyone from the public who would like to make a presentation on this? All right. Seeing none, I will turn it over to Council for questions. Acting Mayor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. I just wonder if for me anyway, that was there much discussion among your stakeholders and with everything that you've gone through recently about zoning and rezoning, and what is the appetite for what can be done about all of the issues that we tend to run up against when it comes to housing and rezoning and government grants and all that sort of thing?
Yeah, so on the rezoning piece, there was definitely discussion around that, and I would maybe defer to our consultants on the specific feedback that was received and how that then formed the recommendations that are included in the strategy. But at a high level, yes, there was conversation about that as one of those municipal tools that can be leveraged to actually have an impact on the system. There's also, you mentioned grants, there's also conversation about different incentive programs, grant funding programs, whether it be capital in nature or others.
Yeah, sure. If they could just respond to kind of the appetite of stakeholders about what to do about when we come up against this sort of situation.
I'll turn that over to Leighton and his team.
Yeah, I can build upon that a bit around what we heard with stakeholders around the rezoning and desires to see that happen citywide. And so I think one piece to be thinking about is the housing stock in Lethbridge and just the age of it. So that came up through the quantitative pieces of it, through census data around the portion of housing stock in the community that is, I think it's roughly like 45% that are built before 1940. And so we're also seeing an older community members living in that housing stock. And so as those community members are either aging in place and looking for alternative, whether that may be roommates or secondary suite options on that lot, or looking to age in another location, there's interest from some stakeholders and community members around what happens to those properties as they're redeveloped, and being able to have flexibility of being able to redevelop those sites with different housing options. So whether that is another single detached that they maintain in that location, or if you're looking at other options like semi or triplex or row housing. So being able to have that flexibility in zoning was something that was brought up as a desire by community members.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for the updated plan and for the work done on this. Housing is one of those fascinating things, right? Is it a human right? Is it an investment? Like, right, housing is so much things to so many people. And so it's not just, of course, having the stock, it's affording it. Can people actually afford it? And, you know, we do see investment companies purchasing, often causing, you know, unaffordability. On the other side, though, there are options I don't think we're seeing pursued enough in Alberta. What are you seeing? What are you researching? Are you going to look into cooperatives? Like, you know, how people could do housing cooperatives. Will you be helping people, educate people on that? What's going to be done in that area?
So specifically with housing co-ops, there is a federal program that was recently released for housing co-op development and some seed funding for that. There's also an action included in our strategy that speaks specifically to those innovative approaches and thinking differently when it comes to housing development in the community. And it actually, I believe, might even go as far as noting as co-op housing as an example. So yes, I guess at a high level, we definitely support those types of innovative approaches. As a mid-sized community, we may not have necessarily the same resourcing that some of the larger communities have to implement some of those more those newer and more innovative initiatives, but we definitely have the ability to implement where we can, and also to look to their learnings as well. And so we've also been doing quite a bit of consultation with other communities who are maybe a bit further down the road than we are.
Well, considering how cooperatives have been used in farming communities, UFA, et cetera, I find it fascinating that to Albertans this might be innovative. We've been doing it 100 and some years. So hopefully people will be looking into them. But has the city considered like doing education opportunities for the community, or even a conference on housing so that people can come together and have these conversations?
So in terms of the housing conference, Mr. Malcolm and myself actually did attend the CMHC held its annual housing conference earlier this year. We haven't actually necessarily included that action as us hosting or managing a conference of that, but there is a lot of need for not just those that are involved in the housing market, but also those that are not involved, just to get a better understanding of what the housing continuum looks like broadly. And so I think there is a lot of opportunity there for education and discussion with community partners.
Right. Market housing tends to be able to take care of itself, right? If you can, there's people who want to build it, there's people who want to buy it, market housing is there. Non-market housing tends to be the area that is more difficult to achieve. So what is the best practice? What are we going to see done in non-market housing that is going to best give the best advantage to Lethbridge to see housing in this area?
I think non-market housing is traditionally heavily supported by other levels of government. So our ability to work with other levels of government, having a position in itself provides us a lot of additional opportunity that we didn't previously have, where we can actually spend some time networking with those other levels of government, getting a better understanding of their programs, and finding ways to bring those projects when they arise forward to City Council to say, you know, maybe a grant program requires a municipal funding allocation, or maybe it's as simple as a letter of support, whatever it may be. The ability for us to then take that forward, make decisions that would then support those projects, not being builders of housing ourselves, of affordable or social housing at this time. We don't have that. We don't have that control, but we can definitely influence and support those that are in that space.
I love that phrase, "at this time." Yeah. I don't know if anybody else on council heard that, but I do like that phrase. So when we are looking at non-market housing, are we positioned as well as we could be as a city for those grants and other opportunities?
I wouldn't presume to speak on those grant funders' behalf, but I think that there's definitely things that we can do to change how we're positioned for those. I think the opportunity to have, zoning was mentioned, the ability to have land that is zoned for supportive housing, for example, is one that's challenging at this point. But the flip side of that coin, I think, is that we are in a position where we are bringing forward financial allocation requests to council when there is the opportunity to leverage grant funding opportunities. So an example of that would have been back in October of last year when we were able to bring forward Concept Investments, the Edwards project. They got a municipal housing allocation, which they then utilized to leverage it into a provincial allocation. And now there's a project that's going to be completed. And so we are, I think, doing much better in that sense than we have in the past.
But zoning may be our biggest barrier?
Zoning, I think, zoning could be perceived as a barrier for sure.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you. A question for you regarding the zoning, because it sounds like that is quite an important part of this. And with the changes of Bill 18 coming up, is that also going to change things as well? Because if it's the province that will still be stepping in, and we'll put it that way there, will they not, as far as some of this zoning, it could be a question that we would have for the province and not the federal government if we're not going to be going directly through them. Is that fair to say? So, I mean, a lot of changes could be happening in the next short time because of this Bill 18. Is that fair to say?
So I think it depends on, I guess, a specific example, but there is always going to be a need of zoning to be appropriate for the housing that's being developed, obviously. Now, whether that is a requirement of a grant program at a federal level to have that secured zone land prior to application, that depends on the grant program. And so really from our perspective, we just want to be able to push where we can and support projects where they're able.
Excellent. So be prepared for everything.
Trying to. It's a big task, but for sure that's our intent.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Pitcher. We have no further questions. So thank you for your presentation again and answering those questions. I have a resolution here from Acting Mayor Campbell, Municipal Housing Strategy MHS Update. Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council, number 1, adopt the updated Municipal Housing Strategy MHS in principle as a guiding document, and number 2, direct administration to return to the annual operating budget review at the November Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee meeting with a proposed implementation plan and associated implementation funding allocation request. To open debate, Acting Mayor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As we've seen, a comprehensive update on the municipal housing strategy has been completed, and as a guiding document, it identifies community housing gaps, needed housing typologies, priority populations, and other strategic actions to support intended housing outcomes. And with that, the next step is to consult with key community stakeholders with an interest and expertise in the city's market and non-market housing industry so that they can develop an implementation plan that includes strategic housing targets, prioritize MHS actions, a detailed budget and reporting metrics to be brought back for council's consideration on November 24th at this Economic and Finance SPC.
Great. And I'll pass it on next for debate to Councillor Dodick.
Excuse me. Thank you. I will not be supporting this resolution, and I'll explain why. There's approximately 250 pages of material that came with the presentation as well as that we just heard about. And the thing that concerns me, and it's concerned me on a number of prior resolutions that deal with housing issues and various social needs issues. For example, in February, when we talked about phase one land use zoning changes, especially for social needs, initially I had made a lot of highlights as to the questions I was going to ask, but all of these questions are related to the same thing that I think at some point we will have to deal with, and that is we use words like stakeholders and engagement process and things like that. This particular presentation did break it down between quantitative and qualitative analysis. And so when I looked at the presentation itself, as well as the material in support of the presentation, it talks about really very few people being involved in discussions, and it looks like it was about 209 individuals of a city of 100,000. Now I know you can't canvass 100,000 people to get their opinions on, but oddly enough, I was reading an editorial piece today in the Calgary Herald that was talking about the engagement participants or engagement strategy participants have a tendency to want to have their views reflected in the document that might be created. And the reality is, although these are the views that are reflected, and we do have consultants that come to these various conclusions, because of, I guess, my background in science and statistical analysis and things like that, I have absolutely no confidence in the qualitative process that we are using in coming up with reports like this. I'll be talking a little bit more about that with respect to the rezoning in 6.9 that shows up as a submission. But since that was brought up in terms of questioning, I remind everyone that when we had the phase one discussion initially in February of 2024, we were giving a lot of information. And some of the information that we were given was the engagement strategies used, and it's included also in item 6.9. It shows what their target goals were and what the goals actually were in terms of getting participation from the stakeholders that they wanted, and those targets simply were not met. If you go to 6.9, you'll see that now it's no longer a target goal, it's an aspirational goal, which further makes me question, if you're not even meeting the target goals, which are not that great to get engagement, what's the point, or what validity, or what comfort can you take in the conclusions that are being reached? Now, we have a good example in Calgary of what happened when people really didn't get, or didn't have a real understanding of what a major change in their land use bylaw would have on them. And in February of 2024, when we had the presentation regarding the phase one social needs assessment, early on in the documentation that talked about all the various categories of needs, one was supportive living, and it says it is proposed to make supportive living permitted in all residential districts, which is what caught my attention at that time. So that was buried in the documentation, and not in the sense that someone was trying to bury it, but rather you really had to look at it with very closely to see that was in there. And we know that the federal government is, in fact, using their powers in terms of being able to use taxpayer money, which means money that comes from this city, as well as other cities, to enforce their own visions in terms of zoning. There was a article in the Calgary Herald on April 10, 2024, that specifically refers and indicates that the money that's going to be provided by the feds is, and I'll quote, but the money is coming with conditions attached, such as zoning changes that allow for uncontested fourplex construction, and that has some provinces fuming. So what is happening is that we've had discussions, there was allusions to this rezoning, and we keep focusing on this rezoning as somehow that is going to have a significant impact on the ability to provide affordable housing. There's a lot of land out there. If you get the money, because the money is not, we're not talking about billions of dollars, we will be able to find land. But I digress a bit. So I'm not comfortable with the engagement process that we're utilizing. I'm not criticizing the folks that are using it. I'm just not satisfied that it actually does what we think it's doing. And at some point, I expect I will be bringing a resolution that we really need to have an in-depth discussion as to our engagement process and really what is it telling us and how comfortable can we be with it. Because we're asked today to recommend to City Council that this strategy be approved, but there's a whole lot there to digest, and the thing that really impacts me and why I'm voting against it is, as I go back to the first thing I said, I'm not comfortable with the qualitative analysis as a means of actually telling us with some comfort that this is what our citizens really want us to do. It's akin to the Lethbridge Herald poll. I don't take anything from the Lethbridge Herald poll. It's sometimes fun to use it as an example of what the citizens that are upset about something say, but I know it's not a valid or statistically reliable poll. But it's just an example that that's one means, that's a qualitative analysis of something which does not measure really what it's purported to be measuring. And I end it by saying, I know we can't have polling on every issue, but I think we need to have a deep dive into the engagement strategies we're using, whether they're best practices or not, and if it turns out they are best practices, are we comfortable in continuing to use engagement strategies that we have used basically for a long period of time? In short, I'm opposed to this resolution.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dodick. Councillor Crowson.
Short? Oh. Thank you, Mayor Hagan. I will be voting in favor of this. I recognize that public engagement across North America we're trying to do it better in many different ways. And maybe we could send this to, I don't know, a referendum at the next election and then not accept those results either. Because we have to find a way of trying to engage the public the best we can. And when I too got my science degree, I did a lot of statistics and work in this area, and we are trying our best. But we have 9 people here who are representing 100,000. That may not be reflective either, but we take the material we have and we make the best possible decisions. And what I like about this is it has built better on the first municipal housing strategy by reaching out to people. People have also had the opportunity to come here today and to speak to it. It's been on our website for a week. No one else chose to speak, so any of those 100,000 who weren't publicly engaged while this was being created had an opportunity again. I put it out there on social media. I put it out there in different ways. Most people I've talked to are very content with this because it is looking at this holistically. And people will have another opportunity. Nothing is being built out of this. Things would have to come back to budget. Things would have to come back to council again. And once again, the public could be involved. So I appreciate the work that has gone into this. We know housing is of a major concern here. We know housing has economic impact. We're not going to get companies here if we don't build housing. We're not going to retain the students at the university and college if we don't have housing. It's going to be difficult for seniors if we don't have housing. So we need to do this better. We need a plan to do it. This is a strategy that I can work with. I will support this, and I hope my colleagues will as well.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. And I certainly echo some of the concerns with regards to engagement that Councillor Dodick outlined, and I do have some questions that'll come up later on in item 6.9 with specific use to the engagement around the next steps of the land use bylaw. But I will support this motion. This is approving the document in principle as a guiding document. As Councillor Crowson said, this is going to come back to us. We're going to take another look at this at the November SPC. It'll have a proposed implementation plan with it, and it will also have associated funding requests. At that time, may take a look at this and say, no, this isn't a direction we're interested in heading, or change this or that. And also in this, it states in our summary document, this is the important next step is to consult with key community stakeholders with interest and expertise in the city's market and non-market housing industry to develop the implementation plan. So more stakeholder engagement and consultation is going to go forward out of this motion. We do need housing. We know we have housing gaps in this city, and we need to start looking seriously at how we're going to fill those gaps. We need to be able to provide housing for people in this community. One of the really interesting things that I will take out of this study is if you look at how much it costs to live in this city, as a city councillor, the pay we get, if that was our only job, we couldn't afford to rent in this city. We need to fill those gaps. We need to encourage students. We need to help seniors. We need to find ways for people to afford housing in this city. I will support this. Thank you.
I share similar concerns that Councillor Dodick does have, and I know that this will be coming back, as Vice Chair Schmidt-Rempel did mention, but with the approval of this, admin has got some direction to move forward. Even though it's a guiding document, they will be moving forward with approval from this committee. So for that reason, and I couldn't agree more with Councillor Crowson had mentioned about if you send this to a referendum or plebiscite, we might not get it because we still don't have a third bridge, and that happened too. So, you know, on the last ballot. So I do share those similar concerns. I won't repeat them, but I appreciate Councillor Dodick sharing those. And for that reason, I will not be supporting this resolution. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? Seeing none, we can do to a roll call, Madam City Clerk.
Yes, for sure. Mayor Higgin. Okay. Councillor Dodick. Councillor
Opposed.
Middleton Hope.
Opposed.
Councillor Palladino.
In favor.
Councillor Parker. Vice Chair Schmidt-Rempel.
In favor.
Acting Mayor Campbell.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor, oh, he's not here. Mayor Higgin.
Opposed.
Councillor Crowson.
In favor.
4-4 tie, that's lost, defeated.
Thank you. We will move on to a resolution here from Councillor Middleton Hope, fee-for-service cost-benefit analysis. And I'll read through it and then ask for any questions and if there's anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak to it. Whereas economic development and tourism are integral municipal activities to attract investment and foster a vibrant city, and whereas presently such activities are conducted by external parties contracted under fee-for-service agreements, and whereas the City of Lethbridge allocates significant monies per year to economic development Lethbridge and tourism Lethbridge, and whereas it is fiscally prudent periodically to review and assess the cost benefits of such fee-for-service agreements to determine the results and value being received for public money being invested. Therefore, be it resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council direct the City Manager to undertake a review of fee-for-service arrangements with Economic Development Lethbridge and Tourism Lethbridge to determine, number one, whether each external entity is achieving its defined objectives in an effective and efficient manner at a cost benefit to the City of Lethbridge, and number two, whether each fee-for-service agreement has clearly defined performance metrics that provide a clear, concise picture of alignment with City of Lethbridge priorities and with outcomes that correlate to the funds provided. Number three, whether in each case the City of Lethbridge would be best served by continuing with the existing fee-for-service model or considering other models for the delivery of such services. And number four, the efficacy of existing connection points between these two entities and internal city departments, as well as any potential synergies or changes that merit consideration. So Prior to opening up for questions, if my colleagues will let me entertain from the audience any questions that could be coming in, and or any presentations. And I will start first with Ms. Crane from Tourism Lethbridge. If you please come to the mic. A different Ms. Crane. All right.
I appreciate Ms. Crane, but I will step in with her indulgence. But I understand today's discussion focuses on an internal fee for service review rather than the benefits itself of Tourism Lethbridge. However, without knowing the specifics of the proposal, or considering this organization has recently completed a fee-for-service agreement, that Council evaluates all such agreements every budget cycle, and that Tourism Lethbridge provides regular updates, it seems an internal review might be imprudent and requires some sort of response. I don't know what that response is. And while I can't comment on the new need for a review, that's a decision that lies with you. I'd like to offer some background on how and why we arrived at this point. This information may benefit those who were not allowed in the original, or who were not involved in the original decision and are unfamiliar with the origins of Tourism Lethbridge. As the City Councillor who championed the formation of Tourism Lethbridge, I can offer you a unique perspective. My involvement stemmed from my role on the Alberta Strategic Tourism Council. It was an advisory committee of the Provincial Minister of Tourism. I also chaired the Innovation and Development Subcommittee. The primary goal of this advisory body was to establish tourism framework that prioritized collaboration over competition. To be blunt, I was asked why Lethbridge wasn't more organized. They had a right to ask. Tourism was fragmented over several organizations, none of which took a comprehensive industry approach. The Sports Council focused on sport, the Lethbridge Lodging Association on hotel interests, economic development on business events, and Chinook Country Tourism on pay-to-play marketing without destination management. Each organization represented its membership or its sector, but none focused on tourism as an industry. They all competed for tourism grants and funding, showing the Minister of Tourism, Travel Alberta, and Destination Canada that Lethbridge was not prioritizing tourism. After careful consideration, effort, and investment, the Council approved Tourism Lethbridge and the Destination Management Plan. This commitment aimed to grow tourism through a focused entity involved with local stakeholders and in partnership with Travel Alberta and Destination Canada. Funding was redirected to a single entity to serve the entire community and which maximized the impact of every dollar spent. This is not a unique model. To name a few, Tourism Red Deer, Tourism Medicine Hat, Tourism Grand Prairie, Tourism Calgary, Explore Edmonton. This is not a unique model because it is the model. The reason that Tourism Lethbridge was important 8 years ago is exactly the same reason it's important today, maybe even more so. And Michelle will speak a bit more to that. If it is the wish of Council to conduct an internal review, we look forward to a transparent, collaborative process that is clearly defined with outcomes that are well established. Tourism Lethbridge is confident in the work they do for the citizens of Lethbridge and the region and the value they provide. I appreciate this opportunity to share a little bit about the road that was traveled to get here, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mearns. Next, is there anybody else? Please come forward. Ms. Day.
It's Day Miles.
It's not, it's Day Miles, yeah.
I know everyone's
Sorry.
still getting, even myself.
Thank you.
I'm still getting used to
I think you
this.
weren't confused when I said that, right?
Yeah,
You're
no.
okay?
Absolutely not. Absolutely
Thank you. Days Miles.
So I'd like to introduce myself. I am the Board of Tourism Lethbridge, Board Chair. And I want to start off by thanking Bridget, who is the chair of our Advocacy and Governance Committee, for providing the history of why we're here today and for all the work that led up creating, of course, Tourism Lethbridge. I also want to start off by thanking our volunteer board and committee members who invest in our community through Tourism Lethbridge, including the staff who work hard to build a better and more inclusive community for all. So we need to recognize that we're talking about a lot of volunteers that support our city and organization. As stated by Bridget, this is a very important time for our destination organization to continue building and enhancing itself. In today's globalized networked world, every community must compete with every other community for their share of the world's visibility, attention, respect, tourists, available talent out there, businesses, and available capital and investment. The solution to our community's needs is more than just meeting the requirements for infrastructure, public spaces, transportation, capacity, and residents. It's about shaping a clear and positive image of our destination that resonates with people. This creates a desire for people to visit the destination, experience the community, and the people of the community themselves, and ultimately share their experiences. I know this firsthand. At Nikiyuko, it's more than the garden, it's about our local history and the people. And I think everyone knows this, but it's always good to explain what our organization does. And for our community to compete successfully, people must be aware and engage in our destination. It needs to be managed and supported. So I know that Tourism Lethbridge has the tools, connections, expertise, relationships to provide solutions and implement strategy to achieve awareness and a positive impression. Destination promotion and development benefits the well-being of every person in our community, and the board and the community volunteers are the essential investments in developing those opportunities and building a quality of life for people in a destination. So today, I have to state that I stand here a little bit disheartened and disappointed as we try to better understand how we got to this point. Our reputation is vital to our organization and to the city. We will continue to rise to any occasion and communicate the value to council and our community. And as David Goldstein states, he's the CEO and Deputy Minister, says some folks know the price of everything and the value of nothing. We've been transparent. We are out there in the community working hard. We are engaging with every level of government, tourism industry associations, connecting, learning, and implementing. We are communicated to the community in March at our AGM. We presented to council in April, and our CEO met with the city manager at the end of April. No whisper of this resolution coming forward was mentioned. At council meeting, when this motion was presented, it was also stated that this has been discussed with administration for a while. And here today to perhaps learn what the thought-out intent of this internal review could be. We worked with city administration through all the processes currently in place to engage with city council. We present to city council every 6 months, provide newsletters, infographics, invitations to tourism town halls, advocacy conferences. We have met with city every time that they've requested. We view ourselves as a growing destination stewards. We know that we all together do good work. Currently, we're conducting a third-party external review with Destinations International called DNext. We've invited City Council and the management to participate. This is an external third-party review that has been completed in 300 other destinations and will be one of 17 compared to other Canadian cities around our size. We hope to have the results completed and ready to present to Council in October. This external review has been ongoing, communicate to Council and our stakeholders, and we're trying to understand why an internal review is necessary at this time. We want to learn information is required and needed that we could address, whether it's on processes or information that our city needs. We believe that whatever is required can be attained for achieving alignment as partners. We believe that this could be done and addressed through the fee-for-service process. And we look forward to learning who we'll be working with in the city administration moving forward to complete that. We need to understand how to rebuild and reestablish a relationship with our council, city management, and our community. And as we move forward, we did feel a little left out of the conversation that could have a huge impact or maybe minor impacts to our organization. All of this surrounds effective and transparent communication, and we hope to continue collaborating with the city its management, and focus on our plans to make Lethbridge a fantastic place for our current and future residents. I appreciate your guys' time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Day Miles. Appreciate that. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak? Come forward. Mr. Lewington.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning. I want to express appreciation to Deputy Mayor Carlson, even though he's not here, for his referral motion of June the 11th, which provided an opportunity to address you. We, like the previous speaker mentioned, were also surprised and concerned by this motion, given that it had been, quote, under discussion for some time without anyone's involvement. Economic Development Lethbridge operates under a memorandum of understanding with the city, reflecting the partnership approach established by council itself in 2002. The partnership model underscores the shared critical importance of economic development for our community. The MOU spells out roles and responsibilities for each party, and while under my leadership for the last 9 years, EDL has been in full compliance with all of our obligations. We understand and appreciate Council's commitment to ensuring accountability and transparency in all initiatives and programs. These same values are at the core of EDL's mission, and as stewards of public funds, we prioritize delivering tangible results and maximizing value for all taxpayers and funders. This commitment is demonstrated through our comprehensive annual reports, which we share and present to this committee and make available online. Our financial statements, audited by qualified third parties, consistently reflect our adherence to best practices and financial controls. Additionally, we provide detailed reports to our governance board, which includes 3 representatives from this very committee, ensuring continuous alignment with city priorities. Throughout our history, EDL has demonstrated adaptability to meet the evolving needs of our community, including when in 2004 we merged with the Lethbridge Convention and Visitor Bureau to streamline operations and better serve our community, recognizing though in 2018 when we actually needed to sever that part of the organization and transition it over to Tourism Lethbridge to ensure the continued growth of that sector. We developed a technology sector campus, including a private satellite processing center, a Tier 3 data center, and the accelerator and incubator at TechConnect, fostering innovation and entrepreneurship. However, we are concerned about the proposal for yet another review, the 6th in 9 years. Previous reviews have included, in 2015, a comprehensive strategy review that ultimately resulted in the MOU we have with you now, a 2016 destination management plan resulting in our change to our organizational structure and mandate, a 2019 governance review resulting in changes to our board composition and size, a 2021 external operational review conducted by KPMG that affirmed our mandate delivery and creation of value for the taxpayer, and then a further review in 2022 by Alberta Innovates, a 10-year impact assessment of our work for the Regional Innovation Network of Southern Alberta, along with our 19 community partners. We have no concerns with metrics and are proud to align our operations around the accreditation standards of the International Economic Development Council, as well as use performance measures aligned with best practices recommended by the Economic Developers Association of Canada. Feedback is always welcome and appreciated. However, a 6th review would divert our focus from current priorities and potentially require substantial time and resources. This is particularly so given the proposed review would be internal to the city and intended as a development opportunity for a member of administration. We must consider whether such an allocation of resources will truly benefit either the city or EDL. Instead, we would propose working collaboratively to address any specific concerns directly, ensuring that the remaining available resources are used to drive economic growth and community benefit. As a footnote, EDL receives approximately 40% of our funding from the city, with the remainder coming from commercial operations, business advisory services, and our other government partners. We adhere to stringent reporting requirements under various contribution agreements, including Alberta Innovates, Alberta Jobs, Economy and Trade, Prairies Economic Development Canada, and Innovation Science and Economic Development Canada. Our commitment to transparency and accountability extends to all of our funding partners, ensuring that every dollar is used effectively. Regarding comments from the June 11th meeting about alignment and perceived gaps in regional activities, it's important to recall that the June 17th, 2002 motion of council that established the organization mandated a regional, independent, and community-based partnership model. The 2016 MOU reflects this original mandate and prescribes that the city funding supports projects and initiatives as strategically defined by our board, of which some of you are members. Our 4-year business plans and corresponding budgets are in turn approved by this very committee to ensure further alignment. We believe that maintaining this model and working together is the right answer. I'm privileged to work with nearly 30 dedicated board members who are committed to our community's progress. Some of them are here today, others are watching online. They freely give of their time and expertise to advance our community and our shared goals, and I encourage this committee to work directly with them to build a community for the future. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lewington. Is there anyone else from the gallery who wishes to speak? Sure, come forward, state your name. Mr. Lear.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Dale Lear, and I'm here today because I'm a huge fan of economic development and a taxpayer. So first, let me say that I'm absolutely thrilled that as stewards of the public trust, that attention is being paid to the way the city spends its money. That's great news. But as anybody who knows me knows that I'm not a fan of virtue signaling. I have concerns about this proposal because of the lack of specificity. So when we see some things such as effective and efficient manner, once again, what is the context? What are the metrics? How can that be applied? But I think this goes back to actually more of an overarching thing is, what is the goal here? What is the desired outcome? What does success look like? What are the objectives? What is the intent of this motion? And what is hoped to be achieved? So when we look at things like a cost benefit, what would success look like? The city gets $1 more back than it puts in. I mean, again, without any metrics, sorry to say it's relatively meaningless. It refers to other models, but there's no suggestion of what those other models are. Although one might infer it could mean rolling EDL into, I don't know, Opportunity Lethbridge. Perhaps that's a thought that's being considered. I would hope there's more to it than that. Because again, transparency and accountability aren't just mantra words that are sprinkled about to sanctify other actions. They mean something, and where they lead to is responsibility. So of the items that are up there right now, number 4 is the best of the bunch. So the efficacy of existing connection points between the two entities and internal city departments, as well as any potential synergies or changes that merit consideration, is a very, very, very good idea. And the word that leaps to mind there, airport. So again, I would just simply say that it's very important when you draft these kinds of things that you have in mind what it is that you're hoping to achieve. So if efficiency and use of taxpayer dollars is the goal, that's great. But why limit it to just this? Yes, I understand the city puts a lot of money into this area, but they put far more money into many other areas. I'm not in a position to do so, but I hope someone would be bold enough to put forth a motion that all city spending activities be given a value for money review. I mean, wouldn't that be in the public interest? So, and again, the only other concern that I would have is that the process appear, again, transparent and to be objective. I don't know the city manager well. I'm sure he's eminently qualified to run the city, but I would think when you're dealing with issues of finance, spending, and capital efficiency, that CFO Matthews would be the ideal person to lead this type of review. So anyway, that's my 2 cents worth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lear. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak? Let's come up, state your name. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Charlene Scheffelmeyer. I am president-elect of the board of EDL, and I'm in my 2nd year on the board. I wish to echo Trevor's comments and express my appreciation for Trevor's hard work and dedication to EDL as CEO. Our executive shared the same surprise at the motion that was brought forward. And as president-elect of the board, I felt it important to share my thoughts, as I would most likely be supporting and shepherding the board through that review when it takes place, if it takes place. I also question the necessity of such a review given the extensive disclosure to council and involvement of council on our board. And I'm troubled that EDL's efficacy and the value that it provides is being questioned. EDL continually acts as a conduit through which investment and opportunities for the city and the region are brought. And if it is the wish of council to proceed with this review, our board will, of course, assist in any way possible. However, I implore you to make use of the reviews and recommendations that have already occurred, particularly the KPMG review and the recommendations made therein prior to embarking on this journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else from the gallery who wishes to speak? Please come forward, state your name.
Hello, my name is Kelty Baird. I'm a local business owner. I own Theoretically Brewing Company here in Lethbridge, and we work very frequently with Tourism Lethbridge and with Economic Development Lethbridge. I actually didn't plan on speaking on this motion today, but I just wanted to stand up here and let councillors and committee members know that we really greatly value the work. As a business owner, I really greatly value the work that Tourism and Economic Lethbridge do, and I worry that such a review at this time would hinder the work that they're able to do at peak season. So at the very least, if you don't mind delaying this until December or January, when our season is typically a little bit slower, there's just so much going on in the city. I would hate for any kind of distraction for these organizations at this time. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Baird. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak from the gallery? All right. Seeing none, we'll go to questions. And to start the queue, I do have Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And it's concerning when I hear it. It seems like there's a tone of being defensive in this room, and I don't understand what the defensiveness about it is. And so my first question is maybe to the mover is, obviously, you didn't just pick these two. You're going to have numerous fee-for-service agreements that you're going to be bringing forward for review. Am I correct on that, Mr. Milton Hope?
You are correct. You are correct.
Mike.
Mr. Matthews, I would ask Mr. Matthews, who will be quarterbacking this process, I would ask Mr. Matthews to weigh in on it.
Maybe that will tie into my next question then, possibly. Mr. City Manager, it was inferred that we should do reviews within our organization. I trust that there's 30 or maybe 35 business units within this corporation that you're constantly scrutinizing, looking at, and analyzing. Am I correct on that?
Through the mayor, that's correct. And if members of the committee will allow me to indulge me for a sec. At the end of June, so we'd completed, so within my purview and authority to authorize, directed a review of transit. And at the end of June, staff presented on the transit transformation that was following an internal review of transit that looked at things like corporate alignment, financial management, customer service, staff management, and so forth. And to the comments about the defensiveness, I've been doing this for quite a while now, 26 plus years in government, and I don't consider this something to be concerned about. It's usually how do we work better together, ensure that we're aligned, corporate goals and objectives, and to the best outcomes for the community.
So my follow-up to that is, then we're asking our administration to do this review. Then you as our only employee, and we take advice and guidance from you and your team, you support this proposal being forward, and this is quite norm within organizations.
Yes, in the number of organizations I've worked in my career, reviews are the norm, regular reviews, and typically a very good business practice.
Okay. Thank you. I have other questions, but I'll hold off at this time. Thank you, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. I'd actually like to ask Mr. Lewington a question, if you wouldn't mind coming forward. So going back to the KPMG report, the last review we did, there was a number of things that were supposed to have been done. There are action items. Did the city accomplish any of the action items that they were going to do in the review that we did less than 4 years ago?
Thank you for the question. So the KPMG report resulted in 13 recommendations that they provided in 2021. Of those 13, 5 were directed at my organization and 5 of those are complete. There are 8 remaining outstanding action items, and those 8 required some sort of feedback or direction from the city and specifically from council as how the report was framed. So those 8 remain outstanding.
So the council itself has not done their homework yet.
That's fair. That's a fair statement. I wouldn't
I can
characterize
say
it that
you
way,
don't have
but
to agree with me.
yeah.
But that includes revising the MOU, which is 8 years out of date now.
Yeah, so some of the specific things that the KPMG report recommended was around the city to evaluate its own role on the board and understand whether or not it wanted to maintain those seats and conduct sort of an evaluation of what that structure looked like. Coming out of that conversation, an understanding of what board size and structure and appointments could look like. As you probably are aware, the city controls 3 seats in that the mayor and is always the vice chair of the board, the city manager is an appointment to the board, and then the deputy mayor is also a rotating member of the board. City council also appoints or confirms the appointment of 4 other sectors on the board, so effectively 7 seats. There was a recommendation around communication reporting protocols, i.e. what did council want to see, what frequency, is it quarterly, is it this venue, is it newsletters, what's the forum? There was some discussion, one of the recommendations was around council confirming the extent of the regional mandate and understanding increasing the regional role of EDL while still maintaining a focus for economic development efforts and understanding what that could look like. And then there was also some understanding of one of the recommendations was a discussion with regional municipalities and EDL's role between the city in supporting that discussion. So those are some of the key highlights that remain in the report.
And if I'm correct, there was also that the city was supposed to propose metrics that would be used to judge the action and work of EDL.
That is correct.
So essentially, if we just go back to that review and finish it, we would have the information we're looking, and you don't have to answer that. It's a leading question. Thank you, Mr. Lewington.
Done, no. Administration still has work to complete on that Phase 3 operational review of EDL. The review was completed in that area, but what they noted for additional work was clarifying the city's relationship to EDL, improving communications, board composition and size component, reviewing city's role and appointments on the EDL board, mandate clarification and alignment with the city and region. I think that was what Mr. Lewington was referring to also there in regards to the regional aspect, and also city's investment into EDL. Initial work on these items were last brought forward to the February 15th, 2023 Economic Finance SPC. However, during that question period of time, the item, the Director of Customer, Corporate and Commercial Services recommended a pause, further discussion on the operational review items until a more comprehensive plan between administration and EDL and Tourism Lethbridge could occur. Economic SPC members recommended council to accept the status report for the information based on administration's commitment, and City Council approved those recommendations on March 7th, 2023. So to answer a bit of a longer summary there, but to answer your thing, no, we still need to do some work. Administration's bringing back this as well as all the KPMG on July 23rd, just give you a bit of a status update.
So they were paused but not deleted. They will be continuing
That's correct. So if this work proceeded, we would recommend that that gets rolled in.
That information to us, but the review is something different. And Mr. City Manager, if approved, what would this mean? Or to Mr. Matthews?
Thank you, Councilor Parker. So there's 2 pieces, and I want to make sure that as we go through this, it's hopefully clear when I go on to that piece. I know that there's been some discussion around other reviews on fee-for-service groups. That is true as part of the 2028 to 2031. I had to get my dates right there again. Administration, and that's outcomes from the last budget cycle, is looking at, based on a risk-based and dollar value component, looking at reviews for all grant and fee-for-service providers to a certain extent. So what is not what, and I'll get to your latter part of your question here in a second here. So this is basically, so just for community's context, fee-for-service providers for the city of Lethbridge provide municipal components or services for the community, and that's why they get funding through our operating budget. We always need to take a look at those, and I think it was referenced here this morning in regards to the dollar values that go into it, and not just dollar values, but also the community benefit that comes out of those. So as part of that, one of the things we do is we take a look at the expenditures of the organization and to the service levels that we'll be requiring. Oh, that wouldn't be the way it would be looked at, because there's other things besides the financials that have to be looked at in that piece. So I just want to make sure that there is another process that's coming down the path. The difference on this review, getting to the latter part of your question, is that this review would go further into it, doing a full cost benefit. So it's actually going to take a look at a lot of those other factors, the benefits, and it can actually be that it doesn't necessarily mean that, and this was actually noted in the KPMG review as well, that doesn't necessarily mean that funding will be taken away. It could be that the recommendations are more funding needs to go into these areas, but it does actually set up the performance metrics. It reviews the mandate that council has to ensure that it's correct, make sure that there is a mandate, an objective is provided. Makes recommendations for that. This review would go further and to also take a look, which the other ones wouldn't, other methods that the same objectives could be done, as noted in the OBM. And as well, so that's the service delivery component here, and of course those connection points, communication points. So it's broader, more in depth than what we're looking at for other pieces, but it would also take into account in this regard the very things that KPMG review talked about, which is that broader aspect. So, and that's on the status of director resolutions. Some of that work has to be done. And then, of course, there'd be a further in-depth look at the cost-benefit analysis that we wouldn't do on the other providers.
And my final question for right now.
It's in a certain area, or if we want to use internal resources. And when I say that, I know there was a comment here today that staffing that involved is learning and growth. I just want to qualify that a little bit. So the person that will actually be doing the review, and actually I'll be involved doing all this stuff, so it'll be led through me, and my team, that the person that's assigned to it is actually an experienced person that's came from a CPA firm locally, who's working for us for a number of years. But what I'm talking about when I said development aspect, we will hire and backfill behind that for functions at a lower level, because someone else has to step up into this person's shoes while this person's working on the review. So we have the funds, and it's also an experienced person being led by myself, who has done a number of internal reviews and reviews for this organization.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much for this, and thank you very much to the organizations coming here to speak and answer questions for us. The first question I've got, and I've got a few, this ties into Councillor Parker speaking with regards to the costs to the City of Lethbridge organization. How will the City of Lethbridge be supporting Tourism Lethbridge and Economic Development Lethbridge in the costs to their organizations?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. So currently, right now, unless there wants to be added to the resolution, there isn't funding being suggested to go to those agencies that I'm aware of. However, when it comes to this too, when we're building these plans, like I did hear this morning here, this sounds like there's certain time frames and things that would be more difficult for the service providers. My team, through myself, would work with them to understand those time frames to minimize those concerns. We would also keep in mind that some of the review piece is not directly with them, so it's not like we're going to be every day out in the offices of those areas. It'll be meetings along the journey and a lot of a lot of office time on our side here, and then meetings with them as we go along to understand the components in their service delivery aspect. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that even though we have a certain time frame, it doesn't mean that we'll be inundating their staff. There'll be information requirements, there'll be discussions, there'll be review pieces going back and for them to take a look at for what we're making sure we understand what they've told us and so forth. But at this time here, there's no contemplation inside that I'm aware of in this resolution for funding or additional funding to the organizations.
Okay, and just further to that, Mr. Matthews, you spoke about the staff that would be involved in this. Is that staff an expert in economic development, Lethbridge, and tourism?
The actual staff member involved would not be expert in economic development or tourism. They're an audit perspective using audited approaches and experts in auditing approaches. If we need specific pieces, now keep in mind the scope of the review, and I know there's a couple comments on that today. When we go through the methodology and scoping aspects of that, that's where we'll determine what expertise we need, and those fundings can be used to bring in external experts for a component of time if there is a need for an expert component. Keep in mind, a lot of times here it's looking at the mandate of council and whether or not it's meeting those mandates and the costs that are being allocated to those services. That is a normal thing that we would do or the auditors would do in any instance.
Okay. And then just, if I may, one final question in this round. Back to you again, Mr. Matthews. As part of the MOU, Economic Development Lethbridge annually submits audited reports. Tourism Lethbridge has submitted audited reports to us. We're already having audited reports coming to them that go specifically to you and your group, and yet we had no concerns out of those audited report submissions this year. I'm wondering what's changed.
Thank you for the question. So as you're aware on financial statements, so financial statements are done for a very specific purpose. Audit findings and even the management letters inside of them, we'll talk about management processes and the allocations and so forth are the responsibility of the management of the organization, not the auditor. So they tell us some information. They tell us in the dollar values of what the organization has spent and where their assets and liabilities and some of the ratios, but they don't get to the very things on service level. So the difference between this here and here again, this is not being done because of a direct concern. It's being done because of good governance components and looking at whether or not we're meeting our mandates and how the tax dollars are being spent in these areas. So that is different from what the context of an internal or external audit or the audit opinion that a firm will provide. They'll provide that it's done to the standards, it's done to the requirements under those standards, but it won't tell you how the service levels are done.
Okay, thank you. I'll jump out for now.
Thank you. I just want to hop in on one of the questions to further that Vice Chair had mentioned about the additional cost to these other organizations, external, that there's no funding that has been provided as of with the current resolution. We've heard a lot about transparency, which is great. You do meet on a regular basis with these organizations. Is that fair? If it's not yourself within the city of Lethbridge, there's regular conversations that are being done, I would hope.
Yes, I mean, anywhere there's opportunities for improvement, as EDL would know, I have a hard time making some of the meetings, but we do have some discussions, and some of my team, I think, meets with tourism. There's been some staff changes on our side, so there's some new connections that need to be explored and so forth. But there is discussions. Is there opportunity for improvement and better connection? Yes, and I would suggest that as part of the review, as Mr. Matthews elaborated on those points of connections, and I would think both organizations have heard this from me, is there things that we could be doing better as far as the points of connection and the clarification and making sure that we as a city are where we need to be.
Great, because which leads me to the next. If the data and stuff, we know that there's incredible data that's being kept by these two organizations, and so these regular meetings, if that data is readily available, should be pretty much what is required to continue with your review. Is that fair to say?
I think in general sense, like I don't want to, you know, at this stage here, until this motion is passed, then we'll start really working on all the rest of the scoping pieces of it and confirming that with council that we got the scope right. Yes, I would think that the raw data is there, or we'd be researching it.
And if I could, one last one for Ms. Day Miles, if I could. You're having a review that's being just completed here, you said, by 300 other organizations, similar within Canada, I would take it, through the nation. Is that that review can be shared to help us out if this is passed, correct?
Absolutely. Our goal is to have that done and present to council by October. And this is actually part of our organization moving forward to be accredited. And one of those pieces is not just this survey with our stakeholders, but we're going to be following up with a resident sentiment survey.
Okay.
And that also will be an open and transparent process.
So something that is obviously, yeah, for the transparency, we'll have all the information, better than having less.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Day, I wonder if you could stay up at the podium. Thank you for your presentation, and to Mr. Lear, as well as Ms. Baird and Mr. Lewington. What I get a very strong sense, and I don't want the public to perhaps overreact to this, but what I get a very strong sense is that you believe this is a criticism of your organization.
I don't believe it's a criticism, but I would need to, I think I need to frame it in this way. We are doing good work. We are putting these external audits in place. We're being transparent. We are open. We're sharing this communication. So one of the things that we're looking for to building on is that relationship with you and the city team to ensure that when we're looking at internal reviews, that we're having the discussion together. Because we need to be clear, we're not upset or opposed to internal reviews or external reviews. We're here to make sure that when we're discussing reviews of any sort, that we are being transparent, communicative, and identifying the scopes, what we're trying to figure out as we grow. That's an ongoing conversation. And I think that could be done through the fee-for-service process and working with city management and his team instead of this kind of process here. So it's about working together to communicate and working together to establish how do we work together and grow our organization.
Isn't that exactly what Mr. Matthews is saying? That this process is an ongoing process. Your organization and tourism or economic development Lethbridge are not being targeted. You just happen to be the largest organizations that we deal with. You accommodate about 25% of the budget in terms of who we provide funding to on fee-for-service. This is good business. This is how business operates. You know that. I know Ms. Crane knows that from your experience. In our conversations, and I've had conversations with Mr. Lewington as well, at what point did I say that this is a criticism, that I didn't feel that you were doing right, that you weren't doing the best job that you possibly could? At what point did you ever hear that?
Again, I think it's about the communication. I think learning that this internal review is happening without any information around that and communication around that is why that we're here. Is we want to make sure that when we're looking at doing a review with you and your team, that we're being transparent, collaborative, and communicative. So I don't see the review as a criticism, and in fact, we are doing an external review. We open to bettering ourselves and being transparent to the taxpayer, 100%. I think that we can work on our relationship and communication to meet both of our goals.
I'm encouraged to hear that you're actually working on an external review as well. That'll facilitate this process substantially. So you're already ahead of the game. And why do you object to it?
We object because it's the timing and understanding. Just hold on. You okay? Okay. I just want to give her the opportunity to say if she needs to say. I think it's timing. I think it's not understanding what's all involved in the scope of this, what staffing and resources that we have. We're currently working on our strategic plan because after that resident sentiment survey, it's a lot of work for these governance boards to do strategic plan. Anna, I'm sure you can appreciate that. So we have presented a 4-year plan of what we're doing in the next steps. So this internal review at this time, not knowing that information behind it, it impedes our trying to move forward with what we're already doing. So bad timing.
Just add to that, that due diligence is very important to us, and we do look after those taxpayer dollars as, best we can. That is our goal. And in hearing this, I'm not going to lie, I was a little panicked to hear the 18 months and $162,000 because we don't have that. We don't have that in our budget. We don't have that itemized.
Who's suggesting that you're going to be paying $162,000 for anything? Yes.
Well, but even, a $20,000 cost to us, could will have implications. And this is where I appreciated Ms. Baird's comment too about, our busy season. So, as we look at our strategy and our budget, that's my responsibility, is to make sure that we have everything that we need in order to do the work that you're asking us to do. And if this does move forward within this year, there may be some things that we do have to take off our deliverable list in order to make that happen. And so, this idea of due diligence is exactly why we're here. And I really appreciated Mr. Matthews walking through, what this actually looks like, because this is our first opportunity to hear. And it was also really nice to hear that it had been done by transportation before. And so if there are some, outlines of what that could look like and what the impacts to our organization, could be, that's what we're hoping to learn today is, how do we ensure that we can do this in a good way?
I'm going to suggest, Ms. Crane, that your concerns are somewhat premature because you have not been included in the discussions that will take place. And I think Mr. Matthews will certainly support that this is not something that's going to be done between now and Christmas. This is an ongoing process. We're talking about years out. You just happen to be one of the first ones that we're going to take a look at. Whether that's done later this year or whether it's done at the beginning of next year, that's a collaborative approach between the city and the organization that we're going to examine. But if you fundamentally understand what we're doing and why we're doing it, this is due diligence. This is ensuring that you have the resources that you need to do the job that we expect of you. That's all. Can you argue with that?
Well, I would just say.
Form it as a
I would like to
question.
make-
Go ahead.
Well, I just want to say that. Okay. Okay.
So a question, if you're done with your questions.
Yep.
Councillor Middleton-Hope, all right, we'll move on to the next. Councillor Dodick?
Yeah. No, thank you. Actually, this question is going to be administration, but I'm going to have to preface it a little bit. And initially, when I read this official business motion, it seemed fairly straightforward, and we do encourage councillors to bring forward resolutions. But what happens is, and if you look at the previous presentation and then subsequent submissions, we're given a lot of paper and information with respect to what is being proposed and why it is being proposed and how it will be done and when it will be done and what costs will be associated with it. So in this case, we have two pages or a page, and the city manager and the CFO and the various presenters have been answering questions in essence in a bit of a vacuum, because although the words have meaning and consequences, as Mr. Lair pointed out, I think my question to the administration is, there is no requirement that this be done now. Would it be possible for administration to go through each and every one of the bullet points and sort of say what is involved, what the process might look like, what the sort of consultation with EDL and Tourism Lethbridge might look like, and what the costs might be? And so basically with each bullet point. So then that could be sent to another economic SPCs. We seem to have them fairly regularly compared to when I used to be on council, but I digress there. So that can be done, and does that make sense?
Thank you, Councillor Dodick. Very short, yes. From that point of view, it can be done. I think one of the hard things, I think for council and ourselves on this process is that an OBM comes forward and so forth, and in this case here, we are answering questions. So no question about it. We can develop up a scoping document or, and that would be one of the processes we'd have to do anyways prior to going out and bring it back to council to actually give you a good sense of what we're doing. And the reason I say we'd have to do that anyway, so we want to make sure that we have the mandate right and the objectives right by council. And when I say mandate, the mandate or objectives of the review. right, for that point of view. And we can bring that back. And to your point on timing and so forth, yes. You know, it would just mean that right now that would probably occur, the earliest is in October if it was economic.
Okay, and the second part to that question is, since it would go to an economic SPC, it would be provided to the public in advance, including EDL and Tourism Lethbridge, and they would obviously in an economic SPC be given an opportunity to respond with respect to what is being proposed and perhaps offer insights and suggestions and things of that nature. That's a yes.
That's a yes.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. Just moving back to taking a look at what a traditional cost-benefit analysis would look like and what we're talking about here. To Mr. Matthews, how would that, as proposed in the motion, add value when compared, saying, moving to a performance impact management system model as developed by Alberta Innovates, particularly given that it's a natural evolution of the work that's already being done by the 10-year impact assessment that was sent to us from Economic Development Lethbridge, and they did send that to us, I believe it was a few weeks ago. Would that kind of strategy measure the combination effort, like the combined efforts of the city of Lethbridge, as well with EDL to collaboratively show impact? And should we not be looking at that, the collaborative impact? And then could that strategy be used for other organizations supported by the city, such as Tourism Lethbridge and some of the other fee-for-services that we have?
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. I haven't actually had time to actually review that model or that piece of information that you're referring to, so I would have to go through and to fully answer the question. I think a portion of that, though, I'm going to say is, I feel like a consultant here. It depends. And the reason why I say that is the cost-benefit analysis traditionally is about what the city's mandate is. It's about the city's objectives for the funding defined. So that may or may not be able to be identified by an outside different objectives. It may work on that, in that regard on it. So there might be some really good pieces in there that council agrees to. That's your mandate and the reasons why you're giving it to them. I think one thing to keep in mind on this kind of funding or this kind of structure, probably the way we see it, we have to do a lot of these things quite often with the provincial and federal governments on our grants and funding we receive. So they come in and review us and do cost-benefit analysis or analysis of our funding pieces. This cost-benefit analysis that I'm referring to is more similar to those. And so here's some of the eligible costs, the mandate that council has decided for service delivery to those agencies. And then it's simply that we go and confirm that that's the deliverables and it's meeting those metrics. It also means that we have to have targets in place or benchmarks, and so that when we give the funding for that service level that we get there. So the review in itself, if those aren't there today within either our MOU or fee-for-service agreements, that would be a recommendation piece coming back. So without seeing the document or having time to go through that document, and my apologies that I haven't had a chance to see to review that document, I don't know if some of the aspects would go into it, but I think this would be a little different because this is very specific to what the city of Lethbridge wants the fee-for-service groups to provide.
So was that not outlined during the budget process and in their annual reports back? Because council voted on what we wanted them to provide, and they've been reporting back on that. So I don't understand where the gaps are on this.
So when I look at, this was one of the points that was in actually one of the management points that we had this year from our external auditors, there is a lot of the groups that have fee-for-service agreements. There's still a few that did not, one of them being Tourism Lethbridge. We've just, as mentioned today, we're just in the finishing throes of that, and that agreement is still just finishing off to be through the signing processes. There is some performance metrics on that. I would venture to say, though, just by looking at the information without diving into it and council resolutions and so forth, there hasn't been a full discussion around council's mandate for the funding for a number of years on different groups. That alone is some work that needs to be done, and this would be some of the first group pieces that we would look at. So what I have today to answer your question, to go back on, and what Mr. Lewington mentioned, is the 2016 MOU between the City of Lethbridge and the exhibition, or sorry, EDL, different acronym. So same letters, different order. So in the reality, what I have is that MOU and what's mentioned inside of there. So the reality is that, to your point, if we went and look today, are they meeting those? Sure. But our question would be coming back to you on these reviews, is that what council's intending to find to go for? And that's what also what the basis of the KPMG, some of their recommendations were, that there was some things that clarification and more depth was needed in those. So unfortunately, that work hasn't been fully done, and that's what this will look to do.
Okay. And then one final question, if I may, before I jump out here, and this to the city manager or designate. How many fee-for-service agreements are there, and how will we proceed with reviews of all of them? And when will a list and timeline be provided?
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. So I don't know off the top of my head here how many there are. There's probably about 25, 30 fee-for-services. Some of them are very small. And actually, when I say that, grant fee-for-services, some of them are like $5,000 or $10,000 and so forth. So when I say the review process, we would not be looking at those specific ones unless council told us to. Coming back in December, at December's audit committee, we're planning on bringing through the review schedule for that piece. We're currently working on building this as part of our budgeting process as well. So council will see, members will see that coming through, and I'll be to council. The piece of this that I really want to stress here, though, we'd only be doing that on a risk-based or dollar value threshold level. So when I say risk, the risk of the service to the municipality that if for some reason that agency wasn't able to do it, as in one example, or the dollar values, like in these two cases, are the top dollar values, inside of there. So we're not suggesting, I don't want to panic the community or all these fee-for-service groups that we're doing every one of them. That's not the case. That's not our intention. It would probably, and then typically when we do these things, we cycle through them. So we only do so many every business cycle. So that'd be every 4 years we do a sum as we go through the process.
So would it not make sense to move these to that November process when we have a timeline for everyone?
So this is similar, thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, on that. My apologies. So the difference on this, if we don't go, this one has some additional components into it. So it has, it's got the KPMG components. It has a full cost benefit analysis comparison to what we would do on the other side, which is very much a lighter version of that. What I'm getting at is behind the scenes for us, not for necessarily for the group, but that's going to take us a little bit more time to work through. So what we want to do is be able to make sure that whatever we come for do with this, my understanding of this would be that this information would be for the 2028 to 2031, and we do need that time frames to be able to do it. So I know there was a concern about the 18 months. That 18 months isn't 18 months with these groups. Some of that time is to get our approval pieces going through at the beginning. So what I mean by that is getting people in place, getting the approvals here to do the work, getting the scoping built, and then doing these two reviews. We wouldn't do them together. We do them separate because of resourcing, and we may have to bring in, if we need a specialist like you mentioned before, we'd also need to look at that. That wouldn't be the case on the other ones. They're much more desk kind of reviews as we go through, and smaller engagements with those fee-for-service groups. So I guess the long story short, these ones will take more time to do. And so I would suggest that, especially if, to Councillor Dodick, who had mentioned on other pieces, if that approval process before we start them starts to go, we'd want to start this before that time frame.
Okay, I'll jump out for now.
Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Listening to the conversation, I actually have roughly drafted a referral motion that can be, of course, much better written than this. But I would suggest we refer this to administration to do a scoping document and create a timeline in consultation with EDL and Tourism Lethbridge, and in conjunction with the completion of the KPMG report that provides the information to better help Economic SPC make a decision on this. Plus the costs, yes. That, I included that in my scoping document, but yeah, we could specify that costs would have to be included as well.
Sounds like a few were thinking the same thing.
And
All
so
right,
I see the
so-
city clerk's department has got their heads down, making that sound a lot better than I did.
Okay, could we just take a quick
Recess?
5-minute,
Yeah.
10-minute recess?
Sure.
And we'll be back. like to continue with the meeting. Well, I know we've a motion crafted on behalf of Councillor Crowson, and if it's all right with my colleagues, we'll hop right to the referral motion from Councillor Crowson. Whereas administration providing an update at the July 23rd, 2024 meeting of City Council on the KPMG report recommendations for economic development Lethbridge. Be it resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee refer this motion to the administration to work with economic development Lethbridge and tourism Lethbridge and create a scoping document, timeline, budget, as well as workload and resources required from each organization. Further be resolved that Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council direct administration to return to the October 10th, 2024 meeting of the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee with a report considering the KPMG report recommendations for economic development Lethbridge discussed at the July 23rd, 2024 meeting of City Council and the information requested above. So, Councillor Crowson, if you want to speak to their referral motion.
I think rather simply, I was just listening to my colleagues and the questions they were asking, and I don't believe many of us feel like we have all the information to make a good decision. And since best decisions are made with information, that this would bring that information to us in October. It would also allow engagement and consultation with the groups that are involved. And, you know, if it would require them to do extra work and have extra resources, they probably should be involved. And so I hope my colleagues will support this.
No further questions or, go ahead, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Just one question to the mover. If we could scroll up a bit. Down, yeah. With a report considering the KPMG report recommendations for EDL, what is the intent of that?
The intent there is why duplicate work? There's a lot of the stuff we're already having a conversation, the MOU, the metrics, et cetera, is already been requested in the KPMG report. I don't yet know what we're going to see.
Okay.
I imagine a lot of our questions will be answered, so why do it over if we have the answers?
Okay, I just wanted to understand what the intent was and make sure that that was clear to our administrative staff who are taking this away. Thank you.
I think Mr. Matthews understood that in the drafting because he helped to draft it.
All right. With that, I see no further questions or debate. So I take that as your opening and closing. And to a vote, all those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. All right, we'll move on. I do have a resolution, and this is for a submission regarding the 2026 Memorial Cup bid from Councillor Dodic. Open up any questions. I'm sure, I don't know if there's anything that wants to, we do have those, I believe, online. Mr. Anhold is online. And Terry, we do have in the gallery as well as others that are here to answer any questions from, I believe, Sport Council. And my gosh, we've got so many out there that I'm sure we'll to answer any questions that we may have. So I'll read the resolution first and then open it up for questions. Be it resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council deny the request for financial support due to funding from the Major Event Hosting Grant for the 2023 to 2026 operating budget being fully allocated. And to open it up to questions, I do have Councillor Middleton Hope in the queue. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. My first questions would be to Mr. Matthews. Mr. Matthews, can you please, I guess, take this into consideration? So, as I understand it, it's $1,250,000 to host the event if the bid is accepted. However, this would be coming out of the MRSR and would effectively tie up $1,250,000 of the MRSR. However, it would only be, well, not however, it would be tied up until November 2026. So those are funds that we could not use for another purpose. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm not sure who to ask this question to, but the second question that I have is in regards to transportation. So to the city manager or designate or the proponents, maybe Ms. Slovak, if she's here. Okay. Transportation is going to be an issue. We've got a substantial number of people who would want to come to Lethbridge for the Memorial Cup. How are we going to get them here?
Good afternoon, committee members. I'm Terry Hausman. I'm the GM of Business Operations for the Lethbridge Hurricanes. Councillor Middleton Hope, your question was in regards to transportation.
Yep.
So obviously with our airport and flights be coming across North America to come to this tournament, that'll be an issue. However, I just recently was at the Memorial Cup in Saginaw. Everybody was flown into Detroit. It was a 2-hour transportation issue back and forth. Through their transportation, they hire a transportation lead. He put forth all the logistics behind it, and they were able to move the people back and forth without any problems. We would probably look to copy the same kind of model.
And it was successful.
Very successful.
Thank you. Appreciate that. One last follow-up question to Mr. Matthews then. Do we have the funds available?
Through to Councillor Middleton Hope, yes, inside the MRSR there is funds available.
Thank you.
Can I just follow up on a question, because it's a question that I get on a regular basis for Mr. Matthews. I know the answer to this, but I think it's important to ask again, as Councillor Middleton Hope started with it, was there is no cost unless we are successful with this bid. There's no fee to pay to play in the process. Is that fair to say? Or correct to say?
Yes, it is fair to say.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you. Just on the money thing, because we've committed to the Scotties. Is that money has we're not is that money spent already, or is it the same as the Memorial Cup that we don't spend it unless we get it?
That is correct. To your latter statement, that we don't spend it unless we get it in the same regard.
And that's coming from the MRSR as well.
That is correct. So one of the reasons why you'd see on this resolution is the administration did not recommend it, and the only reason why is because we've used up all our budgetary. And I think, as I mentioned during that bid piece as well, in my role, I can't recommend something where council has gave me a limited budget and it would be going over my authority as a budget, so we don't recommend it. So it is coming out of these other funds because the major events hosting grant funds were all allocated to the Lethbridge District exhibition as well.
So when does the major hosting grant rejuvenate?
Next budget cycle, which would now be in 2028.
Okay, so that's done.
That's correct.
It. I guess maybe to Mr. Hausman, if I could, just because I've been wanting to see the Memorial Cup come to Lethbridge forever. And I know there's been some incredible bids that Lethbridge has put into it. There seems to be, and whether it's true or not, there is this thought that a community-owned team has really no shot at getting the Memorial Cup. Is that fair to say, or do you think you've given a proposal that addresses many of the issues that this committee seems to always have against a community-based team?
Thank you for your question. First of all, I just want to maybe correct something on the money portion, that it would be tied up until November 2026. That's just not the case. The host team would be decided by December of this year. So if we're not obviously going to be the host team, that money would no longer be viable. So, secondly, to your question in regards to a community-owned team, yes, I believe in the past it's been an issue as a community-owned team. It's just kind of when it was voted on, it's all in the way it's voted on. So in the past, it was voted on by the governors of the WHL, which the mass majority of them were owners of the hockey teams. And so if it was a community-owned team going up against a private-owned team, they were more likely to vote for their partners instead of a community-owned team who doesn't have as much money involved in the team. So they've since then changed the process. It's now voted on by an appointed committee through the CHL. So these are people outside of Alberta, outside of the WHL. They have nothing to do with their league. So they actually vote on the best proposal, and that's how it's awarded now.
What are some of the main points that Lethbridge has? I mean, when you look at Saginaw, which I think they only had the rink was what, 2,000, or how big was the rink?
The rink would seat 5,000 people.
5,000.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway, comparing it to say Saginaw, what does Lethbridge have that the Saginaw actually was able to convince people that they should have the Memorial Cup there?
Well, since the last time I was here and we did this proposal, I've been to 4 Memorial Cups, and so I've been able to observe firsthand what that looks like. I can tell you for certainty that we have a world-class, first-class facility, and that far and foremost is better than any of the other places that I've seen the Cup hosted at. The amount of money that was spent on those other facilities in order to get it up to an acceptable level would not be the case here.
One other question I just want to clarify on when we talk about financial support and cash and in kind, just to kind of clear up what in kind means, maybe Mr. Matthews, if you can help me on that as well. Thank you, Mr. Hughes.
So thank you, Councillor. In regards to this, cash in kind typically is other pieces of components that the city will provide. That could be foregoing rent at the facilities or things like that. But my understanding of this one here, this is a true cash outlay, all of it. I'm just looking to my team to, nodding. Yep, they're nodding, good. So this one here, even though it says cash in kind, it is that $1,250,000 of true cash.
Thank you.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. So just in follow-up to that, Mr. City Treasurer, where would the MRSR be at if we do this and if this is successful?
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. So as you know, this is one of the reasons why it gives pause and what reason why I do this. So we have a number of commitments coming out on that. So although we have currently right now that we're anticipating around $50 million in the reserve, there is commitments of $45 million against that reserve, or anticipated commitments against that. That includes some things that council will be considering in the fall, in November for the exhibition. We're currently right now, that leaves an uncommitted balance around $4 million, or a forecasted basically balance that we don't have any sort of concerns with. So this would take us down to under $3 million.
And would you have concerns with that?
It gives me concern, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Dodek.
Yeah, Mr. Matthews, I got a little bit confused with, I may have heard 2 different things from you, but that's usually just me. If we were to approve as you said, $1,250,000 in cash, I thought you had answered Council Middleton Hope that, in fact, we'd have to set that money aside. But then somewhere else, it said, well, if we don't pay it out, we don't, it just shows up on the books. So I'm a little confused.
No, it's a great question there, Councillor Dodick. So it's a commitment piece on the reserve. So the way I'm taking the questions from members of Economic is that they're asking that ultimately, are they providing cash that will never come back even if the bid was not successful? That's not true from that point of view. It would not, if the bid's not, doesn't go through, it will be December that we will know that based on the information we have here. So that would mean that that commitment would be released off the reserve. From my point of view is I look at commitments, so I look at the anticipation of what would come out of that reserve or things that potentially are coming up to make sure that we don't get ourselves in a situation where we don't have a reserve funds available. So the commitment would be against the reserve on that. So that's my discussion of taking it down just below $3 million of commitments. Now keep in mind, a lot of those other commitments too may not actually occur, and so the reserve could be much higher, but I'm looking at the total possible commitments that can come out without factoring in other money going into the reserve that's not budgeted. So I'm taking, I guess what I'm doing here is I'm taking the worst case scenario to make sure that we're okay on the reserve, that we don't get ourselves in a position that we're overextending our reserve.
Gotcha.
All right, Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship. And this follows up on Councillor Dodick's comments because I think it bears further clarification. Mr. Matthews, do you on an ongoing basis assess the likelihood of paying out funds against the reserve? So we have a number of pressures against the reserve. This is yet another one. We know that by December, thank you very much for pointing that out, that December of this year, we will either have an obligation or we will not have an obligation. There are a number of other situations where we're in the same boat, whether it's 300,000, a million, whatever it is, and these are all coming due. So do you conduct an assessment to project, and not an exact science, but to project where we might be in 2025, perhaps in 2026, to give us a little bit more comfort in terms of this decision?
Yes, we do. To answer your question, we do that as well. So what I'm doing right now, what numbers I'm providing you, is strictly that projection. If every one of those commitments actually came to fruition, so we received the Scotties bid, council made decisions on the exhibition for the operating components, and also this here, this example, and as well as the other commitments that could materialize that we talked about, like say off-sites and so forth, and components. Once those, as we go along throughout the year, as those fall off or those commitments are no longer or change, we revise that. So yes, we do. Now, we haven't brought forward this while here like a 1, 2, or 3 year or 5 year MRSR forecast. We are doing some reserve work in the fall, and we can bring that if that's what you're looking for as a point of time to give you a bit of an idea of what it's looking like on the reserves.
Right. And last comment on this, Lethbridge is not that lucky.
I mean, it'd be great if we were. So, but the reality is that it's hard to say right now which one of these kind of events will actually come through. My job is just to make sure that the funds are available if they all come through.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see no further questions in the queue, but I do believe there's a change to the resolution. And so if I can put that over to Councillor Dodick. Oh, you need a few minutes. Oh, you don't have the... Oh, sorry. I thought he had the... All right, just a minute here. So is everybody enjoying the nice weather outside? I don't see anyone sunburnt. Is everyone using their sunscreen? Good, all right. Actually, we'll have a question. We'll put Mr. Huseman on the hot seat again. Not really a hot seat, but how many times in the past has Lethbridge bid to host the Memorial Cup?
I believe this will be the 5th one.
The 5th one, and how far, is there a way along the path that you know, say for example, there might be 5 or 6 and it narrows it down? Have we come close at any of these times?
I believe the last time we were within a couple of votes of securing it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Just the last time. So this,
Yeah.
and that would have been for
the Kelowna one
The
that never
Kelowna one.
happened over because of
which was probably, that was during COVID, which is probably a good thing we missed out on that, is what you're saying?
I can tell you with certainty that it was a good thing that we missed out on that. So that was a good thing from the pandemic.
So pending, well, we won't say anything. We don't want anything else to come back, but it sounds like at least we were close the last time, so we're climbing up by the
Yeah.
sounds of it.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you
Yep.
so much. And while we're going through these changes, I should ask as well if there's anybody from the gallery who wishes to speak to this resolution. It's probably going to change anyway, so you may want to speak. It could speak after. However, currently, nobody wants to speak to this the way it currently is. All right. All right, so the change from Councillor Dodick is be resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council allocate one-time funding in the amount of $1.25 million from the MRSR to support the Sport Tourism Advisory Committee in submitting a bid to host the 2026 Memorial Cup. And number 2, direct that funding be contingent upon successfully receiving the bid and be provided subject to the execution of a third-party contribution agreement in a form satisfactory to the city manager. And number 3, provide a letter of support for the event. So just a little bit different, Councillor Dodick, than the previous resolution, and has wanted to know if you wanted to speak to the change.
Well, the first one was deny. This one is approved, so that's the first major change.
And it's got some conditions.
And it's got some, okay. Well, it's normal conditions when you're approving grant money. So as we heard, the money is only allocated if there's approval of the Memorial Cup bid. So if we were to get the Memorial Cup, that would be great for this community, and I'm rooting that the Memorial Cup does come here. I appreciate that it does have an impact on our MRSR, but sometimes you have to weigh sort of the balances and balance the scales. And in this case, I think this is one of those things that I have no difficulty in supporting, and I would ask council approve it as well, bearing in mind that there is no financial outlay unless and only if the Memorial Cup comes here, which I do hope it does, assuming this gets passed.
Excellent. And kind of a little maybe out of process, because I know that the audience, the gallery, and those online have now seen that there's a little bit of a change to this. And with that, is there anybody who would like to speak to the current resolution as it sits before us? All right. With that, I'll go on to questions. Councillor Campbell.
Just going to support the resolution, but do you want me, I'll wait for other questions. I guess I was in for debate.
All right, any questions? Just strictly debate? All right,
No,
start
just-
debate.
I mean, you know, unfortunately, Lethbridge has never hosted a Memorial Cup for whatever reason that is. There's always been fantastic bids put in. We've never gotten it. On the contrary, we've gotten everything that curling can possibly have, and we've done it incredibly well. So while it's not hockey, we do have an ability to host events like this, bringing us once again to the national front. And again, the projected money that can be made here, they're talking like $12 million. And we know with when the Briars were here, it was a phenomenal success. And I have no doubt, should Lethbridge be successful in getting this bid, we will also have a very successful tournament financially, and with the eyes of Canada and virtually North America on us once again. So I will be supporting, and I do hope that we do get the Memorial Cup.
Thank you. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and I appreciate the presentation and the change in the motion brought by my colleague. This is a great opportunity. This is a great opportunity, and sometimes the public gets on our case about spending money because this is a want and not a need. But I think what this does is this enhances the quality of life of our city and of our region. It enhances the life of our citizens, and I think that's part of the job of what we are responsible for. You may not want to pay for a swimming pool on a day like today, but today is a good day to have a swimming pool. And that's the same thing with the getting the Memorial Cup, so I'm in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crowson.
I too appreciate the work being done on this, but not surprisingly, I will vote against it. I would like to see a lot more focus on needs like housing, water, etc., than on wants. A swimming pool, at least you get to have for 50 years. This is a one-time event, as amazing as it might be, but as money is tight, I will be voting against this.
Thank you. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. One of my commitments to this community was to support those things that increase economic development to our community. And in seeing the press release Ms. Iman provided yesterday, thank you very much for that. We certainly understand the impact of sport tourism on our community. I apologize to Mr. Matthews for causing sleepless nights over what we're doing to the MRSR, and I will be supporting this.
I too will be supporting this, and I'm sorry, Mr. Matthews, as well for this. However, yes, the economic spin, we've seen that with any of the events that we've had within our community. I want to give a shout out to the volunteers that we have within our community and how they come to the table when anything like this happens. And so, again, we kind of go back to curling. Well, curling and hockey is two pretty big sports that is much appreciated within our community. We know there's not any time that you can find open ice, and so we know that, of course, the community does support that. I do want to give a huge shout out to Mr. Anhold online and to Mr. Huseman and the team as putting this together. It's quite exciting, and I'm looking forward to a hopeful win of this and a move forward with a Memorial Cup, successful Memorial Cup here in Lethbridge. With that, I have no further folks in the queue, so back to yourself, Councillor Dodick, to close.
I would just ask that in the future, if it's at all possible for the Sport Tourism Committee to bring Hai Alai to this community. I think it's a sport that's very underrepresented. Hai Alai. Anyways, I would ask for council support. Call the question.
Question been called. All in favor? Those opposed? All right. And with that, we'll take a 30-minute recess. along here, and thank you very much for your patience, those in the gallery. I have a resolution from Councillor Palladino, Project D28, the SAG Facility Enhancements 2022 to 2031 CIP Amendment. Be it resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council approve the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program Amendment for Project D28, SAG Facility Enhancements to include the additional Community Facility Enhancement Program grant funding in the amount of $1 million. So open up for questions. And or first of all, I should ask, does anybody in the gallery want to speak to this? All right. Seeing none, I do have a question. And who could answer from SAG, I'm sure, if we've got a question. My question is, some time ago, we had asked to kind of put a pause on this because there was an opportunity to get additional funding. And I mean, a huge shout out, because that's pretty exciting what we see in front of us, that there was additional funding that was received. Can you just give us a little bit of a background to that funding request and when it came in and what it's going to allow you to do?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the question, Mayor Higgins, and to Council for their support of this project, past and present. I was so excited to see the incredible investment coming from the City of Lethbridge to revitalize this really important building in the heart of our downtown. When we went through the design process, we saw that there were some really incredible opportunities that arose out of working with the design team to make this project the best it could be and make sure that we were fulfilling the full needs of the project and the institution today. With the Community Facility Enhancement Program, we knew that this was an opportunity from the province that has a maximum of a $1 million investment into projects that have matching funding, such as this. And when we looked at it, we saw historically the CFEP large funding stream hadn't been investing in this city in quite a number of years. And we thought, wow, the funding is in place. We haven't leveraged and accessed these dollars before, and regional representation is a big part of their work. And all of the things that they're trying to do here, a facility for public use and community, a facility that could support culture in our province, it was just such a great alignment. We thought, why not put our hat in the ring and try to leverage some additional dollars to make sure that we do a great job on this project and that we can have the opportunity to fulfill as much of this design as possible. We really appreciated administration, the teams both in facility and arts and culture, for culture and recreation, for supporting this grant, as well as our design team at Dialogue. A lot of really great work went into that. And for me, and for our board at the Southern Alberta Art Gallery, we're just thrilled to be able to help do our part and bring money to the table to support this project.
Thank you so much for that. I can't be happier with how this came about, because you never know when you're putting out there what's going to come back. But thank you very much for you and your team for the diligent work that you put into this. Mr. Matthews, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. I just want to make sure on one clarification point here too. So one thing on this is that this gets us to the full scope that's in the existing CIP, nothing beyond that. So it fills our budget side and not to, on any other components there. It really just gets us so that we're whole. And I think that was one of the concerns the council had and put a pause on it. So this is really great news from the point of it getting there. But it's not additional to, it's only the components. And I don't know if Ms. Nightingale or Mr. Harper wants to give anything further on that too.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews, and to Economic SPC. Mr. Matthews is correct. When we were doing the design on this project, costing came in significantly over budget based on the design. So the decision was made to pause the project, look for grant funding, and like was mentioned here, the CFEP was successful for $1 million, which was fantastic. But this funding will allow us to complete the scope of the project and get us within budget. Right now, we did apply to Canadian Cultural Spaces Fund, which is a federal program for $1 million as well. We did not get great news on that one. However, we revised our application at the advice of
the grant officer for the federal organization, and we put in an application for an additional $500,000 for this project, which may allow us to enhance the project somewhat.
So but we would not have been able to do scope without this, is what?
I don't believe we would have been able to.
Yes.
Yeah.
No. And thank you very much for that. And Ms. String, thank you very much for that work. I see no further questions in the queue. So with that, read the resolution from Councillor Palladino. I think I'd already read it, so and it should be up on the screen. Councillor Palladino, open debate.
Sorry. I would call a question.
All right. Question's been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you.
That was
All right, we do have 4 similar motions coming forward, and Ms. Scheit is here to answer any of the questions if the council does have any questions, but I will start with the first one. 6.4 from Councillor Parker, Targeted Redevelopment Incentive Policy Municipal Incentive, 524, 528, and 532 13th Street South. Be it resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council deny the Targeted Redevelopment Incentive application for 524, 528, 532 13th Street South as is not in alignment with the Targeted Redevelopment Incentive Policy CC 53. Open up to any questions. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Ms. Hilford, a process question to begin. This one, the recommendation is to deny because it goes against one section of one of our policies, policy CC 53, which is a city council policy. If council wish to waive a part of their own policy, I believe it's entirely possible, and all we would have to do is put it into a resolution that we are waiving that part of the policy, if that was the decision of council. Would that be correct in my process question?
Yeah, that's correct. So you would just need majority to do that, or you could just do a one-time exemption to the policy. There's a few options there, yes.
But it is something easily done if that is the will of council.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you. I would like to, first of all, it's sometimes you get mixed up with this council and our economic development SPC, but I would like to reach out to anybody in the gallery that was wished to speak to this. If there's anybody in the gallery? All right. Seeing none, we'll continue with questions. Oh, sorry, come forward. Mr. Hachikowski, how are you? Great, great.
Bill Hachikowski, Managing Director, Summers Property Group. We're putting forward 4 of these here today. Just wanted to let you know that I'm here for any questions, but we're excited to be contributing towards the housing and affordability problem that we have ongoing in our community with 4 projects, all of which we have grouped together. We call it a neighborhood block project. And part of the reason why there's 4 of them and they're coming to you individually is that they vary in terms of how they fit into policy and don't fit into policy. Our belief is that they all fit into the intent of the policy very clearly. So the administrative semantics of it being a block and a half outside of this boundary or not meeting the definition of brownfield as per the policy, we think should be overlooked given the need we have for housing to solve options of housing and also affordability in our community. For us, urban infill is a way that we see we can push forward affordability, getting rid of some of the vehicles and infrastructure load attached to development that is often seen on the outskirts of the city, and this is a way to do that. So I'll leave it at that, but if you have any questions, we'd be happy to talk further to the program.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. Is there anybody else from the gallery that wishes to speak? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead with some questions. I guess a question for myself would be to City Manager as designate. Hearing what Councillor Crowson had mentioned there about, it's the spirit of the law rather than the letter of the law with this is what I'm seeing, that it does, what's that? That doesn't work with the police, the spirit of the law, right? Well, we will take away the police side of it. But so how, if this was 2 questions, first, how many dollars do we have within this, Scheit? And also, what can we do to, I know being a council policy, what we can do to change that? I think I know, but it's probably important for you to speak to it.
So there's two applications that have come in that essentially do align with the current trip policy. The only piece that they do not adhere to is the specific boundary that we have set that is within this policy along with the other urban core policies that we have for incentives. So that defined boundary was essentially set in more of a commercial setting, and the two applications that fall outside of that boundary are on 13th Street South in the residential district, and so they fall essentially just outside that boundary.
And thank you very much for that. I am one that's always like fair and equity, and if that's the only thing that is holding it, thank you very much for that. I have other questions. Councillor Campbell.
I just, can you tell us exactly what is proposed in these areas, and just give us a better understanding of what we're shooting for here?
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you for the question, Acting Mayor Campbell. The proposed developments are 4 to 6 story residential units. So 3 of the locations plan to have main floor commercial, and 1 of the locations will be entirely residential. So from what I've seen of the scope, it appears that there could be up to 35 units of residential in each of these locations. So we could see up to or even over 120 additional residential units within close proximity to the downtown.
So will these have to go before a public inquiry before it's approved?
Absolutely. So with the TRIP applications, this is just one component. This is the financial component that the applicant is looking to secure ahead of time. It doesn't mean that City Council is approving any rezoning or anything with regards to the project itself. It is just would be just approving the applications to receive the tax cancellation.
And just for my own, because I'm terrible at thinking where this is, 13th Street, and can you give me an actual, what's that beside? The London Road, it's just across from London Road Market, the empty lots that are there.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
So one is directly across 13th Street, and the other is adjacent to London Road Market.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Palladino.
Yeah, me. That'd be me. Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. Before you go, though, I had a question regarding this defined boundary, and council will need to, I guess, give a waiver of some sort before we move forward. Can you define how far are we out of that boundary on these 2 projects on 13th Street?
So currently, this policy and the other incentives have the downtown and warehouse district and 13th Street North, but they cut off 1 block south of 3rd Avenue, I guess, on 13th Street South. So essentially, it would encompass any of the commercial in those areas, but as it hit the residential boundary, then that's where it falls outside of the boundary.
Yeah, I think I know the commercial buildings now. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship. Appreciate that. In terms of the boundary, this would be a historical. This would be a historical boundary. Do we have any idea how long ago this was set? Does it have any merit today, or is this something that we really need to look at changing?
So this is going to be something that's reviewed as part of the development incentive OBM.
Yep.
It was set. It's currently essentially the heart of our city boundaries. So anything in the urban core that the heart of our city currently supports in the downtown warehouse district and 13th Street North. And so that is how the boundaries were initially set up, was to support those areas and the businesses within them.
And how do we have any idea how long ago that was?
I would say these were probably developed when the policies themselves were developed. I'm not sure how far back that goes.
Apparently we do. Yes.
Boundaries were redrawn 2 years ago when the heart of our city reviewed the boundaries for which they supported. And so the initial boundaries were set when the Heart of Our City Committee was formed.
Okay, so these are fairly arbitrary boundaries that have been set over time, not just this one, but the downtown core as well. And we need to take an examination. Is that what you're saying? We need to take an examination of whether they're not, whether they're still applicable today?
Yeah, so as part of the development incentive review, we're taking a look at the policies that are attached to each of the development incentives, and that would include the boundary. I think the intent of a lot of the policies that the Heart of Our City supports is to support the urban core, infill development, things that are higher risk. And with that, the residential component has never been really within that. It's been more business commercial focused. That being said, residential is a huge component of something that we really are trying to see an increase in when it comes to the downtown, because it has such a positive impact on the businesses and the resiliency and the revitalization as a whole. And so as part of that review, I think this particular policy will need to be looked at in a few different components, because there's a grant component to this that has caused us a little bit of grief in trying to figure out how to navigate that. So that's under review. The boundary will be under review. I think the parameters itself as it relates to this policy and what it's trying to incentivize and promote, these projects, they align with that. We're looking at a $36 million investment and a tax reduction as a whole of all 4 locations of about 3.5 million.
Is this our only experience with coming up against the policy? Or have we had other experiences where perhaps development has been frustrated because of our policy?
So I think there's definitely been inquiries come in as to whether businesses that fall outside the boundary can access funding. I think in the past, the Heart of Our City and urban revitalization, we've been very dedicated and focused into assisting the urban core, especially with infill development, as it tends to be higher risk and more expensive. But again, it's something that, you know, if an applicant does want to proceed and bring it forward to council, and council decides that this does fall within the intent of the policy and they would like to proceed with it, that's at council's discretion.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, we talked spirit and letter of the law over there, nothing policing, so we're okay. Policy, I know. Spirit of the law, the policy, close enough. It's not close enough, but a question I would have, and I do have a change to this that I was talking with Madam City Clerk about, and if it's okay with the mover, I don't know, now would be the time, I don't have anyone else in the queue if I could, and it would be to recommend the City Council approve the targeted redevelopment incentive application for 524, 528, 532, 13th Street South, 13th Street South, this law and policy, with an exception to the targeted redevelopment incentive policy CC 53 by waiving the respective section of the policy for this project to proceed, and further that the policy be reviewed for future applications such as this, because I could see them becoming more and more apparent as time goes on. So I want to thank Madam City Clerk for taking my verbiage and putting into the puppet master. That is right. So with that, if questions, Councillor Palladino? First of all, I guess I should see if that's considered a. It's fine.
I was
With
just.
an exception to the what? Okay. There's some, yeah.
I'm trying to, I'm wondering if we shouldn't include 6.5 in the same resolution.
I do have that one coming as well, yes. It'd be the same type.
Could combine them if you
I was going to say put them together.
Could we do that, Madam City Clerk? Could we combine the two? Because I'd mentioned I'd like to do them on both. Could we combine the two into one?
If that's okay.
Okay.
And 6-7.
No,
No, because
those are
already
downtown.
recommendations.
Yeah. Any further
They
questions?
don't need the waiver.
As amended?
Speed reading, buddy, speed reading.
So, all right. So the change that I have heard is to further the policy be reviewed by, which is already happening. So we can remove that whole line then. If governance is, the conversation here is that governance SPC is reviewing all of the policies. So if we had that removed, they would still review it, is from my understanding. All right. Okay, nobody else is doing work but Belinda here. So. Yes, project to proceed. We'll add with that. And I think we've got the point, and both of them are in there. And 5, perfect. Any further questions?
Are all the addresses in there?
They are. All right. With that, I see no questions. Debate, open debate. Questions been called, all in favor? All right, it's unanimous, thank you. All right, I have a resolution here from Vice Chair Schmidt-Rempel, Targeted Redevelopment Incentive Policy, Municipal Incentive 605 5th Street South and 510 6th Avenue South. Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council approve the Targeted Redevelopment Incentive application for 605 5th Street South and 510 6th Avenue South for up to a 9-year incentive period as provided in Attachment 1 in alignment with the Targeted Redevelopment Incentive Policy. And open to questions. No questions, so debate, to open debate. Vice Chair.
Just like the other ones we just approved, this certainly opens up our housing portfolio in the city, and I would ask for council support.
Question's been called, all in favor? And that too is unanimous, thank you. And again, from Vice Chair Schmidt-Rempel, Targeted Redevelopment Incentive Policy, Municipal Incentive 202 5th Street South. Be resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council approve the Targeted Redevelopment Incentive application for 202 5th Street South for up to a 9-year incentive period as provided in Attachment 1 in alignment with the Targeted Redevelopment Incentive Policy CC53. Vice Chair Schmidt-Rempel.
Same as what I said for 6.6.
And so the question's been called. All in favor? And that is 2 is unanimous. Thank you. A resolution from Councillor Middleton Hope, customer parking at City Hall. Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council, number 1, adopt option 4, maintaining paid parking in front of City Hall and utilize free 30-minute parking stalls behind City Hall for customers to access City Hall. Number 2, continue to enforce free 30-minute parking stalls in the rear of City Hall to prevent abuse and maintain available free parking for customers. And number 3, direct administration to develop and install signage to inform customers of free parking in the rear of the building and develop a strategy to educate the public. And number 4, direct administration to continue to provide free parking in the front of City Hall for special events as approved by the city manager. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate that. I don't see any other questions. Open it up for questions. Just simply call the question.
And I'm sorry, I'm going to have to jump in on you, Councillor Middleton Hope, because I had forgotten to ask if there's anybody in the gallery which wished to speak to this. Okay.
Still no.
No, not. Thank you very much. My apologies, those in the gallery. Councillor Middleton Hope.
So we'll go to debate. Okay. Well, although I am the mover on this, I can live with this. Although I do have a question in regards to some of the content of this, so I will direct it to Mr. Brierley because I don't see anybody from Regulatory Services here. So, how do we enforce compliance at the rear of the building if we can't enforce compliance at the front of the building?
Mr. Sanchez, actually, his team manages that. He can answer.
How are they any different, Mr. Sanchez?
So Mr. Philip Berg will be here anytime. He actually left thinking that the prior items were going to take a little bit longer, but he said he will be here within 1 minute. But most of the answers, I did chat with Phil. We have a staff that goes and in the front is through the equipment that we have, the machines.
Yeah.
So people use those. On the back, what we do is we do rounds. The staff, when they're coming, they go do the rounds on the parking lot, and they simply notice the vehicles that are there, and they do, for that area, 2 options. Either using the chalks, and we're going to implement a kiosk on that area as well. So there is work in progress that we're going to be doing, but the enforcement is mostly based on complaints, and the complaints are based mostly on our own staff. I can tell you that people, when they're coming in, that we see that cars are not moving, staff goes at the beginning of the day and they see that car was there at 8 a.m. When they come back at 11 a.m., the car is still there, then a ticket is issued to that car. And we have been monitoring that for the last 2 weeks.
So we're not checking every 15 minutes as the documentation would suggest, that we've got somebody that's actually going around either chalking or ensuring with the video camera equipment that people are not abusing their parking privilege.
So that was one of the options that we put forward. We could do that, but it's very time consuming. It's very labor intensive, and that's where we say no. We're doing this coming on the 3 rounds that we do on the back. In the front, those stalls use the equipment that we have. In the back, the 25 stalls, for the most part, are available for residents, and we will do more education and outreach, no doubt.
Well, I'm prepared to jump out of the queue here because I sense that my colleagues want to move forward with this, but I don't buy it, quite honestly. I don't think that there's that much of a difference, and I think opening up the front is important for some of our citizens, but let's just move forward. Thank you.
You may be convincing everyone. I don't know, but I will move it on to Councillor Crowson.
Mine's off topic, but I thank Mr. Berg for finally determining what's the front and the back of this building. Because we've had that argument now for 24 years, whether, the parking lot's the front or the front street. So now it's settled by Mr. Berg, we're done. Perfect, thank you.
All right. We know where the front of City Hall is and the rear of City Hall. That is very important. So thank you very much for that, Councillor Crowson. And with that, I believe the question's been called. Reluctantly, yes. All in favor? And that too is unanimous. Thank you. I do have a referral motion from Councillor Dodic, Land Use Bylaw Renewal Phase 2 Public Engagement Plan. Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee refer the Land Use Bylaw Renewal Phase 2 Public Engagement Plan, PEP, to administration to be presented for Council's consideration by Q2 2026 as soon as possible thereafter. Open to questions, and if none, to open debate. Councillor Dodic.
Yeah, as we've discussed in an earlier resolution, and actually in February of this year as well, I think there's been some questions that have arisen as to the public engagement process that we've been utilizing, and so administration is going to be looking at that and providing some additional information to give us some sense so that we can be comfortable, particularly with the qualitative analysis that is often done with respect to, and in this case, a very important document being the wholesale change and amendment of the current land use bylaw. So I would ask for council support.
Question's been called. All in favor? Those opposed? So 1. Oh. I'm sorry. It's a referral. So there would not be. All right. My apologies again to the thanks, Kelt. All right. From Acting Mayor Campbell, this Development Incentive Program verbal update. Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee receive the Development Incentive Program verbal update for information. And I will ask, is there anybody
submit a verbal submission?
Here you go. Here's some verbal.
Development Incentive Program dash update.
So how is this a verbal? How is this not actually?
We will remove verbal. Is that all right?
But we don't have the update. Like, we haven't got the update because you can't submit a verbal update.
All right, I'll turn that over. Oh, and the guy that is going to do the verbal is gone.
You guys are going too fast.
We're going too fast. Can we, are you okay, Councilor Cruz? We just pause this one here, table it till later in the meeting? No, that's a great point. So let's actually wait for Mr. Matthews to return, and let's put this. Oh, he. All right, we're all going to sing a song and wait. Kelty, will you help us start with singing a song? We need to kill some time. No song? I've heard your voice amazing. No. All right, so, well, with that, all right, so what we'll do, if it's okay with my colleagues, can we hop into our closed now and come back for these? Is that fine? Motion to go in closed. Councillor Crowson, thank you. All in favor? All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ms. Norsworthy and Ms. Becky, thank you very much for all that. All right, welcome back, and I do have a resolution from Acting Mayor Campbell. We did put this off, we tabled this 6.1, a verbal update, Development Incentive Program. Be it resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee received the Development Incentive Program verbal update for information. I want to turn the time over to Mr. Matthews to give us the verbal.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Just give a very brief update. So you heard this morning in other conversations, we are currently working through the Development Incentive Program. What we will be doing is we're coming back with the report in November. So that report will be there. What I will mention at this stage here, we have already started and we have engaged with, we're engaging with groups. We met with our first group, which was actually Economic Development Lethbridge, on June 26th. More to come on this because we're at the beginning pieces. So I'll just open up for any questions from members of council or Economic Standing Policy Committee if they have any questions for me.
I see no questions. So to Acting Mayor Campbell, to open debate.
I will just call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. And from Councillor Palladino, Lethbridge District Exhibition Memorandum of Understanding update. Be it resolved that Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee received the Lethbridge District Exhibition Memorandum of Understanding MOU update report for information. Councillor Palladino.
Call the question, unless there are any other questions.
Oh, unless there's no questions.
Call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Who do we have in the public? We have no one online and no one out there. Nick, would you like to say anything to this?
Kim.
No? All right. No one at the back? You're good? All right.
Yes, I know, I forgot.
And from Councillor Parker, LDE monthly financial reporting. Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee received for information the Lethbridge and District Exhibition LDE monthly financial operating report for the month ended May 2024. Is there anyone in the gallery who would like to speak to this? All right. Seeing none, but I know that yeah, we do have Mr. Gallucci is here to answer any questions if you have questions. Councillor Croson.
Mr. Gallucci, let's just cut down right to brass tacks. Are we losing less money again now than we were losing the last time you reported? Are we going in the right direction?
Through your worship to Councillor Croson, yes, we are going in the right direction. We are losing less. So each month it's getting better. And then some of the improvements we're making will improve upon that as well. So.
And one of the things that we did, we had a huge expense because we had to buy essentially the kitchen equipment and buy out of that one contract.
So that'll really assist us in turning around our food and beverage. It will actually provide us three different things. One, we can get out of where we were being, it was costing us money each month, where we can move to a profitable situation moving forward, starting mid-June onwards. Secondly, it gives us a lot more flexibility to do a lot more different things. And then thirdly, it does benefit us in being able to provide better service overall, which is really key to something that we needed to do.
And temporarily, we have a local company in there right now, and you're going to be looking to, create a contract with somebody. Is that the direction you're moving in?
That is correct. Yeah. Currently, we have LA Chefs or Sky and Table. We're a part of Sky and Table. We did need someone immediately to fulfill the obligations we had. This wasn't a normal process. By doing this, we were kind of breaking the contract. Normally, you would wait till the end, and you would then RFP it, including the incumbent, and then make a decision and have a transition date. In this case, because we needed to break it at this time, we just needed someone here temporarily. And LA Chefs had bid the last time, and they are a member of the community who helped us out, and they are familiar with the convention style setup. So they're there, and then we will RFP out and go for a longer term.
And since this is the last economic before Whoop Up Days, and the week that you are actively working towards, anything we and or the community should know, that what would you like to best promote right now about Whoop Up Days coming just over a month?
Oh, Whoop Up Day is going to have, we'll have the new rides, the new ride process. So that's going to be fun for the kids. The rodeo is always a favorite, and we'll have the relay races there again, which is going to be really good. The powwow that's held there will be enlarged and held in 2 halls. So, and then we have a whole kids section for very young kids that'll be indoors, which will help. So we'll have something for everyone in the family to attend.
And again, not a question, I know I've been taking my time here, but I've had several people come up to me and ask me to pass along to the exhibition and to yourself how much they have enjoyed the farmers market so far this year. One, particularly if they remember to park in the south, because I mean, it's a very short walk and there's nothing, but the layout and everything, I've had several people comment on how well that is set up. So please make sure that's passed on to the staff who are doing that.
I will, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan.
Thank you. And just to add, Mr. Gallucci, a question or whatever you may want to call it, I'll put it in the form of a question. How's that? I attended an event, and it was the first event that our local company was able to help us with as far as catering, and it was to, I think it was around 600 folks, and had many compliments on the food where, I'll be very honest, could have been something different prior, so I want to thank you and the team for getting someone there as quick as you could, and especially for it being someone that was local, so thank you for that. Is it true that it's been a good response?
Actually, it's been a really good response. It's been a response on a couple of areas. One is that they've fit well with our team. So as far as the back of house goes, it's really worked well. And then on the other side, the service and the quality coming out has been substantial for somebody just coming in. It's been a very smooth transition.
Thank you. Councillor Dodick.
Thank you. I appreciate that everyone is trying to put a really nice spin on this, but I think it's got to be important that we also indicate what the report actually does say. So I'm glad that things are getting better, but I think I want to ensure that people know that for May, by my calculation, the loss is still at $9,000 per day. Am I correct in that?
Although I haven't calculated, I think that's reasonable.
Okay. I do want to say thanks for your great work, and I hope that number keeps going down. And I'm going to the fair at least twice with my grandkids, and they make me spend a lot of money, so that should assist dramatically. Thank you.
The $9,000, could it be $9,000 for that day, Councillor Dodick? Thank you. Councillor Middleton-Hope.
Thank you, and thanks, Mr. Gallucci, for this. I have a couple of questions for you. One, I noticed that the parking lot has been substantially amended. The potholes are gone. There's lots of surfacing. I suspect it didn't cost $15 million to do?
No, it didn't. No. The parking lot was roughly, because we needed to seal up the erosion areas and stop it from breaking down anymore. We were also able to solve one of the manholes had sunken in. So we were able to remedy that and a few other potholes around the entire area. So it came in roughly around the 300,000 mark, but that also included being able to line it and get it so that we know that we have 1,236 parking stalls and we have 48 accessible parking stalls.
So it looks like if we do a little bit of addition and subtraction, by saving us $15 million here, we're actually pretty good for the month then. That's just to counter Councillor Dodick's comments about losing money. One other comment in regard, you and I had a conversation some time ago about the north fencing and the possibility of using slats in the frost fence to obscure the concrete business on the north side.
We are still looking into that. I haven't forgotten, and it's a little more costly than we're just getting more estimates on it and looking at other options too that maybe we could block the view, because I do agree it is a block. There is it doesn't fit the decorum of the
Doesn't
outside.
fit the new building.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So we are working on it.
Okay, thanks.
And final question is, we had issues that were actually safety issues with electrical. Has that all been taken care of? And we've gone through all of that, and we don't have any of those concerns that you'd mentioned some time ago?
It's in progress right now. Electrical's been out there for the last month. We do expect them to wrap it up in the next 2 weeks and have everything complete. If not, it'll be by the first week in August. The rain slowed them down a little bit, so we're about 1 or 2 weeks from behind, but it will be done by the beginning of August, and we will have everything repaired.
All right, thank you very much for that, Mr. Galucci. I have no further questions. And from Councillor Parker, be resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee received for information the LDE monthly financial operating report for the month ended May 24th. Open debate. Question's been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. I have a motion from Vice Chair Schmidt-Rempel, a naming rights renewal agreement for Henderson Stadium. Be it resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee, number 1, recommend that City Council authorize and direct the Mayor and City Clerk to execute the agreements as provided in confidential attachments 1, 2, and 3 on behalf of the City of Lethbridge. And number 2, direct that the closed meeting discussions with respect to the naming rights renewal agreement, Henderson Stadium, remain confidential pursuant to Section 16, business interests of third party, 23, local public body confidences, and 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act. Vice Chair Schmidt-Rempel.
I will call for the vote.
Question has been called. All in favor? And that passes. Thank you. And I will have Acting Mayor have a resolution from myself, so I'll pass that to yourself. Okay. Good.
Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee, 1, recommend that City Council approve the sponsorship name for the Lethbridge Sportsplex as outlined in the confidential report in accordance with Council Policy CC 70, sponsorship, naming rights, and advertising policy, and authorize the Mayor and City Clerk to execute the agreement on behalf of the City of Lethbridge upon the completion of the procurement process. And 2, direct that the closed meeting discussions with respect to the naming rights agreement, Lethbridge Sportsplex, remain confidential pursuant to Section 16, business interests of third party, 23, local public body confidences, and 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
I see no questions.
Then I'll call for the vote.
Question been called. All in favor? Those opposed? Right? You got that? That passes 5-3.
Yep.
And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you.